Жареная рыба.
Галя, что ты такой агрессивный, а? Сегодня.
everyone. Hello there. I am Joshua William Gelb, and welcome to Theater in Quarantine. It is Monday, October 19th, and it's 9 o'clock here in New York City. Thank you for bearing with us through some technical difficulties that we had earlier today, and we'll talk about that later, I'm sure. But truly, we're so happy that you could all join us here at The Late Show. It's always the best show. Tonight, we are so pleased to be presenting Notes from an Enumerator, or 1,500 Rubles and a Revolver, which has been inspired by Anton Chekhov's Notes and Letters and his nonfiction account of traveling to the island of Sakhalin. It was created by me, Alex Fahlberg, Eric Berryman, Lydia Fine, Misha Fixel, Katie Rose McLaughlin, Justin Nestor, and stage managed by Ada Jean. Created in partnership with Theater Me Too's Expansion Works, we are so excited to be doing something that we have never done before. We are bringing in another performer in another closet. Now, I'm still here in the East Village, but I'll be joined in performance by Eric Berryman, who is in his own closet that we built with Theater Me Too's help out in Gowanus, Brooklyn. I cannot wait to share this milestone with you tonight. Now, it's been a little over 7 months since I converted this closet in my East Village apartment, measuring 4 feet wide by 8 feet tall and only 2 feet deep, into the white box digital performance laboratory that we call the Theater in Quarantine. With creative director Katie Rose McLaughlin, we've been expanding our roster of collaborators, as well as working with institutional supporters like Theater Me Too, Invisible Dog Arts Center, La Mama Experimental Theater Club, and Culture Hub. Now, the performance tonight runs about 30-35 minutes, and afterwards, I'll be hanging around with all of my fellow collaborators to discuss the process of making this show and all of the technical challenges that we experienced along the way. We'll also be here to answer any questions you might have, so make sure to drop them in the comments section. Below, in the description, you'll find a link for our Fractured Atlas page where you can make a donation. All donations go directly to tonight's collaborators, so please consider helping support this work and these artists who made this work possible. We hope to continue bringing Theater in Quarantine to you for free, but theater, even on the smallest scale, isn't cheap. And as you can see, we're expanding. Well, so thank you for support on any level. Now, lastly, a reminder that what you are about to see is not Zoom theater. This isn't a dance film. This is live performance in this closet behind me and in another closet in Gowanus. So let's get started. I'm going to take a brief 1-minute break so that Eric and I can get into places. Eric, are you there? Are you ready? Okay. Thank you again, and enjoy Notes from an Enumerator, or 1,500 Rubles and a Revolver. Well, folks, the census is officially over. Were you counted? Today on the show, a live report from an enumerator to give us some last words on the decennial census. Also up ahead, a glimpse at an entirely different census forgotten by the seas of time. One from 1890. Russia, on the brink of revolution. Anton Chekhov, the doctor turned short story writer turned playwright, embarks on an epic journey from Moscow to the island of Sakhalin, a Russian penal colony just north of Japan. His mission, to conduct a census of the island. Who were the forgotten ones who lived on that island? Who were the forgotten ones of today? This is As Then So Now, the show where we look at snapshots of history and the events of today. I'm your host, Sergeyevich Saborian. Every 10 years, census workers, enumerators, follow up with households to find out, among other things, how many people and how old. Except a contentious battle between the executive and judiciary branches of government has now culminated in a fatal blow to the census from the Supreme Court. The official count is over. Joining us now is a man who's taken matters into his own hands. He's an actor, artist by night, enumerator by day. Barry Erickson, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Saborian. Big fan of the show. In the field right now. Hard to find a quiet spot. I only have a few minutes. I'll do my best.
Well, thank you for sharing a bit of your time. I understand that even though the census is over, you're defying orders and taking your own way to enumerate.
Yeah, that's right, Saborian. If we're undercounted, this isn't a census anymore. We're undercounted. I mean, that's not just constitutional. That's not constitutional.
Folks listening at home, if you're joining us now, we got Barry Erickson on the line, rogue enumerator. Barry, like the 500,000 other temporary enumerators hired, you work in another field, specifically theater. Is that right?
That's right.
Tell us more about your theater work.
Well, what do you want to know? I'm not working on any check-off plays anytime soon. And God only knows if I ever set foot in the theater again.
Well, thank you for that, Barry. Can you tell us a bit about your day-to-day as a census enumerator?
I start early in the morning, make sure I have everything I need, a bag, pen, clipboard, mask, phone, and then I make my way. So sometimes I'll be going to 7-foot walker, brownstone, other times, big multi-unit buildings.
What about places like nursing homes, mental health facilities, jails, prisons? How do these get enumerated? Hello? Barry? Hey, Barry, can you hear me? I think we lost Barry. Wait, what was that, Barry? Oh, boy, I think I lost you. Hello, Barry, can you hear me?
Barry, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, everybody. Hello, Barry. Hello? Folks, I think we lost Barry, so looks like I'm going to have a little disconnect. What?
What did you say?
What did you say?
Never mind.
It's snowing, sir!
I didn't see that. Why is it so?
Ah! Just God wants it like this!
My driver occasionally grumbles something at me. I just nod. He seems to be a good-natured person, but he could perfectly well strangle me and take all of my money. There would be no witnesses. Why am I doing this? Why didn't I listen to you? My paper is running out. I meant to write to you from Cuban, but I hadn't the time. Writing to you now, jolting across the plains of Siberia. There will be bears, tigers, and creatures of all sorts who spend their time eating each other. In case a bear eats me, or someone slits my throat, don't seek vengeance. I'll be somewhere up in the cosmos, dancing with our brother Nikolai, your brother Anton. Travel addendum, April 1890. Inventory still apparently intact. Boots, jacket, knife, shuba, 1,500 rubles. Boots, jacket, knife, shuba, 1,500 rubles. Boots, jacket, shuba, 9, 1,500 rupees. And a revolver. Oh, cognac. Thank you, sweet sister. If I die, everything I own belongs to my sister. Who? If I die, please send everything I own to my what? My dear sister, Marsh. I don't remember anything after that. You fainted by that point. So the actors couldn't see it. They were all drunk by the third act. And then the first audience member got him. He climbed up on stage and started hurling cups as he acted. Another one climbed up, started pissing on the set. The stage manager had a heart attack. Last time I saw the lead actor, he was being put into handcuffs. The director's been missing for 3 days. And the review has the wood demon's many errors are due to the author's lack of effects and experience and knowledge. The play lacks effects, situations, or any interesting characters. Is this why you want to escape? Escape to that island? I just need to leave the city. Maybe I'll finally get some good work done. Maybe I can even help a few unlucky souls along the way. I'm lonely, old, useless. And I'm 30. And I am never, and I mean never, setting foot in a theater again. I may have packed you. Why are you doing this? A prison colony at the end of the world. What if you don't come back? My revolver is in the trunk. Take this. It belonged to Nikolai. I won't be long. 6 months. I take the train from Moscow to Yaroslav. From there to Perm by boat. Then to Tumen by train. To Irkutsk by carriage. Ferry across Lake Baikal. Carriage to the Amur River. Float to the Pacific. And then Dr. Anton Pavlovich Chekhov. Welcome, traveler. Ride safe on the island. Weather calm and clear. One short ferry across. Whales dance in pairs, spouting mountains in the air. The island itself is divided into six units, each with prisons and settlements. The population is a mix of convicts, exiles, and their families. Children often accompany their convicted parents to the island. Some born here. Life outside the island. You must be tired. Have a seat, I insist. I'm fine, Governor General Kononovich, just fine. All the way from Moscow. Have you any kind of official authorization? No. Some sort of scientific society, some newspaper. No. My aim is to conduct a study of the island system of prisons through an informal census. What sort of questions will you be asking? Name, age, birthplace. Let me stop you right there. We're an open book, Chekhov. We don't flog, torture, or inflict undue harm on anyone. You'll see, all of the men, women, and children are well fed and receive exactly the care they deserve. What was that? Nothing. Oh. That filthy violinist
bother you on your way in, did he?
Violin,
Lord, he has no violin. He just stands around, culling the air. Oh, there he goes again. Shitsky! Get him out of here, I say. I don't want him scaring away our guests. It's a dreary story, gentlemen. Sooner or later, everyone goes mad or tries to escape. The convicts, the exiles, even the officers. Inspect anything you like. All the prisons, settlements, districts, our doors are open.
Thank you, sir.
There is one exception. You may have no contact of any sort with the political prisoners, because I have absolutely no authority to even consider changing my mind in order to permit this. Enjoy your stay. No, thank you. I've been flogged for the day.
My name is Anton Pavlovich. I'm here from Moscow. My aim is to take a census of the island and inquire your name, age, that sort of thing.
Why does the government want to resettle all of us?
I'm not from the government.
I thought it might be amnesty.
I'm a doctor and writer.
You're from Moscow.
Indeed.
My daughter's always wanted to go to Moscow.
Name,
Either.
and hopefully you'll see it someday. Our father's name was...
Hard to say. He was changing it all the time.
Surname,
No.
age.
40. It could be
And,
39.
what is your
I think,
birthplace?
No. I'm 39. Could you change it? Did you change it?
Yes. Birthplace.
Yeah. I grew up there. I lived below the concert hall near Kreshevsky Park. I was first violinist in the city orchestra. My wife was the lead singer in the opera. That's how we met. Please, can't get flogged today again. They always claim I'm lying. Did you change it?
We'll write in a range, somewhere between 39 and 40. How does that sound? That is.
They never tell me.
And how long have you been here?
A long time.
Are you literate? Do you
Oh,
read?
every day. Tolstoy, out of all the writers today, he's no mere mortal. I read him every day. Well, I mean, not from books. Remember, there are no books here.
Have you any family?
Just my wife and I, and our 3 daughters. The deputy mayor loved attending the opera, but he was not there for the music. My wife refused his advances. That was a cost.
A cost.
It was gifted to the deputy mayor's son. I tried to keep it. And for that, there was another cost. My family and I were sent here. Just wait, they told us. A new life awaits. And so we waited.
Where are they now?
I just loved it when they told them a story. I was in charge of the stories and the wife in charge of the songs. Actually, that's what we said on the first things we did. She sang songs and I told stories. My daughters just loved it. One day, my wife disappeared. We had no idea where she'd gone, if she'd taken. We waited and waited. Since we got a little kitty play. But we started running out of food. I started running out of stories. And I could see that this island has a way of eating your soul before it devours your body. And I wouldn't let that happen to my girls. So one day we walked them out into the sea. I told them a tale of a charming sea breeze, a friendly sea wind who travels the world picking up friends along the way.
Dear sister, it feels as if it'll be 100 years before I'm home. It's been nearly a month since my arrival, and I still got a long way to go. I get up every morning at 5 o'clock, and I'm already behind. When I go to bed at night, I see meteors flying in my cabin. And they're not hallucinations. They are these luminous beetles that look like electric sparks. They light up and leave imprints of pictures in darkness. Sometimes I see a lone seagull flying across the cosmos. Sometimes I see Nikolai. He raises his hand as if to get my attention. And then he fades away. The cabin next door to mine is occupied by a traveling American. They both capsized. We have to wait for the next trading ship to take him back home. Last night he got killed by a Russian vodka tossed in his sleep all night. Here, sleep is every day. Moscow, I never was tired. I understand the word now. Now I feel as though my mind isn't working well. It seems as though all at once time is both still and moving. I can't seem to put my thoughts together. The wind and the rain have changed my face when I look in the mirror. I don't recognize myself. Evening comes quickly after morning. The exiles I met are cordial, friendly. So maybe my revolver is, after all, superfluous.
Sergeant Wojcicki at your service. Governor General asked me to check in.
Thought I heard a bear.
No, this island's been tamed. And as far as the convicts and exiles, they're meek and lambs. We are nothing more than a flock of sheep here. Cowardly, lazy, fuzzy little sheep. You can put that gun down. Are you all right? Doctor?
Fine. Let's get this straight.
The Gileacs haven't bothered you, have they?
The Gileacs?
Claim they've been here 1,000 years before us, only to try talking to them that can't speak your language. They're the real animals.
I can't say I've encountered anyone like that. How long have you been here on this island, Sergeant?
Long enough. Sent from Moscow. I was a little too rough with the university students. Protest riots. Everyone always so upset these days.
Yeah.
God only knows what they want. These kids, these radicals, they don't even know what they want.
A note on schools. There are 5 one-room schoolhouses on the island. 222 children, an average of 44 students at each school. Schools are in poor condition, without basic resources like books or desks. When in session, schools' administrations are run by the exiles who also serve as teachers, none of whom are trained or even in some cases literate. Literacy on the island, 29% of males, medical note, 9% of students, amongst any convict populations that observed a hypothesis for the cause. Logs from 1/2 to 1 meter in diameter and 8 meters in length are carried by the reports on the street. None of these are trained under the science. Necessary assistance in subject activity. Logs to 1 meter in diameter and 8 meters in length carried by the reports on the street. Accelerated activity circulatory pulmonary system. Population is a mix of convicts and children on the island, not parents to the island. A priest receives a handsome salary in each parish. There is a choir. There is one particular church, however, that does not resemble the others. It appears a group of exiles have formed their own makeshift church out of an old barrack.
Have a seat, have a seat. Come in, come in. Come all in to pray. I don't recognize you.
Oh, I'm not an officer. I'm here to conduct a census. Well, there are some books written about this island by authors who've never even set foot here.
But why do you need to know? It's the Tsar looking for volunteers. Does he need cosmonauts to go to the moon in his stead?
Well, this isn't for the Tsar.
Shh.
Inside,
Let me
masses
stop
of
you.
exiles stand
The
quiet.
service is beginning.
The central space seems to have been rearranged. A series of crates haphazardly stacked on top of one another form a lectern. I can't help but feel I'm not where I am supposed to be.
Silence. Let us begin. We should be afraid. Afraid of those who look for a tendency between the lines and who believe in neither the liberal or the conservative. We are not believers of what they call gradual change. They say we have never in human history possessed the kind of science and technology we have today. They say we are going through a period of greatness. But greatness for whom? This is why I have no tolerance for lying, no tolerance for butchers or scientists or writers. Our holy homes is the most absolute freedom. Freedom from lying. Freedom from all forms it may take. An incompetent tyranny reigns. Flog us, and we can do no more. Strip our souls of dignity, and all that's left is a great empty space. We shall fill that space. A nation that wants nothing and hopes for nothing and fears nothing cannot be a nation. I do not know how it will be for us in 10 or 20 years. But I do know that the ghost of Hamlet's father did not arrive for nothing. He had something to say!
What did he do?
He tried to escape.
Get that man a glass of water. Someone needs to get that man a glass of water. Dear sister, received word from mainland there is a cholera outbreak. The officers of Sophocles expect the cholera to come to the island soon. If that happens, all vessels would need to remain in quarantine for many months, perhaps longer. Winter here would be unbearable. I am hoping there will be space on the soonest departing ship. I must get off this island. The account of this island must not disappear. I have already registered about 10,000 individuals. Yet, I have got a sort of feeling as if I've seen everything but somehow missed an elephant. A note on the Gileads. Anton Pavlovich, do you understand? Are you from here? This island, are you from here?
You're a political prisoner.
Me?
You. It's the political prisoners who are always trying to escape.
No, I'm not from here. You can understand.
And what are you?
Well, I'm here to write a census of the island.
Why are you here?
I'm here to write about Sophocles. I can assure you I'm not lying.
You don't even know where you are. This is not Sakhalin, this is Choco. When the Russians arrived, they blanketed their lives on Belarus Island, and all its prisoners shouldered the burden of that lie. They changed our horses to our homes, and they took away the key. They gave us the itching, the disease. We scratched until we... Truth no longer mattered. But some truths have a way of sticking. In the summer, the sea is a wall. In the winter, a bridge, but a bridge to where? The place where your people come from. The place from where hell has been handled. Here on the island, everything has a tendency to end up in shame, just like smoking cursed face.
A day on the Gilead, October 19th. This island is also known as Choco, which means we. It mimics the language of the Gilead. They live on the northern side of the island, along the western and eastern coasts, along the rivers which they say once flowed at the bottom of the sea. According to the military administration, there were 3,270 Gileads on the island in 1856, 1,500 in 1870. As of today, there are approximately 320. My paper is running out. Dear sister, departed Sakhalin, first night at sea in the Petersburg Express. Spent the last of my cash on the return ticket. The names of those I enumerated echo in my mind as I wonder about the millions that have yet to be sent here to be discarded, to rot. It happened so casually, without a thought. We drive them through the cold, we infect them, we isolate them, corrupt them. We did this, we do this. And nothing is being done for these people or their children or any of their children's children. Our nation is diseased, and we think we can simply continue to self-amputate. I don't know the cure, but I may have the truth. Just outside everyone's front door, there should stand a stranger with a hammer. And with his hammer, that stranger should gently knock on our doors and windows, and with each knock, remind us that there are those of us who aren't so lucky. That no matter who we are, sooner or later, life will reveal its claws and open our doors to misery. Into our homes will enter disease, poverty, death, and no one will hear our cries. In the same way we choose not to hear the cries of others today. But the stranger isn't there. We live on, worried by the trample of the bed. The way we breathe, worry believes your brother. Pierre, please arrange for tickets to the theater on my return. Listen here.
Doctor, rough seas. Never seen anything like it. Is your gun nearby?
What?
Your gun. Is it near you?
Yeah, it's right here. What do you need the gun
That's
for?
not for me. If we go down, you better use it. Don't let the sharks or the cold of the sea take you first. Hello? Hey, Barry. No, I think we have you again, Barry.
Yes, Laborian. I can hear
Well, Barry, I want to thank you for joining us. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Every person counts, right? Look, you can have an election at 50% of the turnout, right? And it's still an election.
Oh, right.
Right. Now, even though you're left wondering what the heck happened to the other 50%.
Right.
If it's a census, and we only counted 50% of the people, that's not a census. That's just...
What was that, Barry? Okay, boy, I think I lost you again. Hey, hello there, Barry. Hey, Barry. Hey, Barry, can you hear me? Barry. Hey, Barry, can you hear me there? Hello? Hey, Barry. I can't hear you. Can you... Oh, hey there, everyone. Excuse me, I'm just going to reach in here and grab my headphones. We got through it, so that's great. Thank you all so much. Oh, there's gaff tape holding them in. So, thank you all. I really appreciate it. Again, this is Theater in Quarantine. If you're new to us and you haven't seen us before, please subscribe to the channel. We do work every other week, alternating short form and longer form. It's what we call long form. Long form, of course, being relative to our depleted attention spans these days. So we like to say 35 minutes is long. So we have got shows in 2 weeks, literally the night before the election. So come check it out. Our Closet Works with guest choreographer Sunny Hit and Veronica Yao. And then we are going to be back after that with a brand new piece, totally brand new, by Madeline George, created also by, of course, Roger Kelly and Katie Rosenblatt, our creative director here. So I'm going to attempt to get everyone on Zoom, and we're going to see if we can effectively have a little talk back for you and answer any questions you might have. I have questions, that's for sure. And it'd be nice to, of course, see Eric, who is still in Gowanus. We've been chatting, but we haven't seen each other this whole time. Hold on, everybody, 1 second. All right, I think I can bring them in right now. Let me double check that all my settings are correct. There we go. And hi, everyone. I believe you're live.
Hi,
Kenny
Josh.
Rose.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Yes, it's working. Okay, great. I'm going to go into performance mode so it doesn't get so jumpy. And there we are. We're all good. So I think probably that it's safest probably to just introduce ourselves since there's so many of us. So why don't we just first go around and say who we are and what we did on the piece. All right? I'll start. I'm Joshua William Gelb. I have a closet and I was in this thing. So thanks. Ada, would you go next?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Ada Zhang. I'm the stage manager for Theater in Quarantine and also the guest on this show. Thank you. And shall we go to KR?
Hi, everybody. I'm Katie Rose McLaughlin. I'm co-creative director of Theater in Quarantine with Josh. I made some choreography for this beautiful, beautiful show. Lydia, do you want to go next?
You're muted.
Oh, Lydia, you're muted.
You're still muted.
Still muted.
You're still muted.
Zoomy, zoomy, zoom. Oh, I was on mute the whole time. I'm Lydia. I was a stenographer, did the design stuff, and I've worked with Alex and Misha many, many times. And this is my first time working with you in quarantine. It was a blast. How about Misha?
Hi, I'm Misha. I did the sound and some of the composition for this. As Lydia mentioned, I know Alex and Lydia from Big Band days, but this is my first maiden voyage, stormy voyage with Theater in Quarantine. Alex.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alex. I worked with Lydia and Misha before, and I went to school with Eric Berryman and Josh and Katie Rose. And I did some of the translations on this piece, and I'm going to toss this to Eric.
Yeah, I'm Eric Berryman, and I played Chekhov, aka Black Chekhov, aka Sexy Chekhov. It was an inside rehearsal term, so okay. Justin.
Hey everybody, I'm Justin. I'm the co-artistic director at Theater B2. I'm running the Expansion Works program this year and doing a little bit of everything on this project, from producing to building boxes to helping with video and production coordination all together. So happy to be here on the stormy voyage, as it were.
Woo! Well, of course, as I said, we're happy to answer any questions you might have want to throw in the comment section. Just put them in there. We'll answer them. In the meantime, we'll chat and kind of, do a nice a little discussion on what just happened and what went into this week. As you said, it's a stormy voyage, and we took a huge risk this week. We were thrilled to have Theater Me Too as a partner, and they invited us to be a little ambitious. And we said, well, let's build a second closet. And
definitely took me up on it.
Yeah, totally. And brought in a second performer and a second closet, just something we've been dreaming about, and something we assumed would be, possible. And of course, I think in the past 2 weeks we found out the reason why it's so difficult to do this kind of work. So if anyone wants to jump in there.
I'm Misha. I invite you to share a little bit of the process. I mean, even if you just want to share like what today was, sort of the challenges of working with two closets, two systems, which is something that we've never done before. So we were all doing this for the first time, but I felt like the biggest challenge proved to be sound, because we're trying to do this live conversational thing over the internet, which is damn near impossible. But
yeah, as I guess many of us at this point have experienced trying to do meetings on Zoom. Very difficult to have like a real conversation. And it's even harder when you're trying to move and play sound cues and that sort of thing. I mean, without getting to boring details, I think it is simply a function that it's all about time, right? And our biggest challenge has been to line our two performers up. This begins to sound like a math problem, like two trains starting from point A to point B. But to have our two performers be in sync with each other, but then also be in sync with a video, which that proved to be much harder. So apparently video is a much slower train than the sound train. So video train is always slow behind the sound train. So we'd have to figure out how to slow down the sound train, but then that would create other problems. I mean, I've learned a lot. Hidden Quarantine works very fast. I think part of it is the sort of the pressure and the excitement of it. And everything takes twice as long. Again, it's all math. It takes twice as long on Zoom. And so we're essentially just constantly trying to triangulate our sound and video. The performers are actually 30 seconds ahead of us, but we're actually trying to adjust sound on our end. So, but major prompts is what the performers have to deal with. They're actually getting a lot of prompts in their video, in their in-ear monitors. And I mean, I think it's safe to acknowledge that we ran into some gremlins. And so I can say for about a third of the show, it sounded like a madhouse in their ears. I could actually listen to what they were hearing, and it was just, we had way too many cues happening simultaneously. And they were somehow, again, trying to find their cues to continue the story forward, which watching it with the audience, I felt actually was pretty seamless. So I gotta say, it was really impressive work. I think I've talked too much.
Not at all.
It's also worth noting, I think in one sense, the act of streaming the performance is the easiest feat that we have to accomplish in the process of building the piece, because we need to be able to be in conversation and in rehearsal. And normally you sit in a room and you you watch it in front of you, and if you're sitting behind a light board or a sound console or something, you can manipulate it from there. You can turn and talk to each other. But in this sense, we have no way to monitor the performance in the moment it's being performed. So the YouTube experience is 20 to 30, sometimes even 40 seconds behind. And so not only do we have to get the performers in sync, but we need some way to then watch the performance in some semblance of real time. And then on top of all of that, the computers that run this show are in Josh Geld's home. So Misha and I are remoting into Josh's computer as well as into a computer at the Here and Gowanus, and programming remotely over those machines. So it's kind of like, I was saying to somebody the other day, it's like being in tech for a show with one keyboard that everyone has to program on.
For a show that is in the future, and so absolutely.
And I think that not having the funds of like a multi-million-dollar, say, news corporation, I think we've achieved it and got closer than like MSNBC and CNN does every day. Because I watch every day, and somebody's always like, "Sorry, there's a bit of delay. Sorry, wait." No, you go. Okay. No, I'll just. Okay, I think we lost them. I think we lost a senator. So if they have trouble, I feel like we, with the resources we got, maybe we can get together with them, we can teach each other something. I think we're a little bit ahead. So but no, really, from coming from the outside, I'd only maybe saw a couple of theater and quarantine pieces, and at first, like when a piece first begins, I go, oh, okay, this seems pretty simple enough. Like somebody's got a camera and he's like in a space, and then stuff starts happening in Josh's pieces, and you go, how the hell is he doing that? You go, how is he doubling this, and how is he flipping this? And you go, man, this is wild. And then they said, okay, we want to do that, but now we got to figure out how to do that with somebody else miles away together. And I said, okay, well, if that's what y'all want to do, I want to be a part of trying to figure out how to do that,
And we're so glad you did, Eric. We're so glad. I want to pivot to some audience questions because we're getting them. And this one's from Catherine Brooke, who is a dear friend of many of us, who asks a serious question. And I'm going to pivot this one to Mr. Alex Falberg. Can you talk about the dramaturgy around the census, voting, disease, etc.?
First of all, hey, Katie Brooke. Big fan of both of us, big fans of Katie Brooke. The dramaturgy of this process was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to dive into the history. And I think one of the most fascinating parts of the process was just discovering how eerie the history can rhyme with the present day. In fact, there are passages in his letters, in Chekhov's letters, where it sounds like he's just talking about today in America. There's a lot of material. There's a lot of material out there. I encourage anybody to, if they can, to pick up a biography, to pick up the original source material of the island of Sakhalin. And if you have your chance to look at the letters, there's so much material out there. In fact, I think enough material to do a whole series on his journey, on why he went there, on what the state of Russia was at the time. Russia was on the brink of a revolution, and it was very difficult to determine where that revolution was going. And amidst all of that, there were many viruses and diseases that people didn't actually know or understand how to deal with. Anton Chekhov's brother, Nikolai, unfortunately died of tuberculosis. And that may have been the moment, that along with some epic literary failures and theatrical failures in his life, amongst other moments, that inspired him to take this journey to the island. What I think is particularly fascinating is that after this trip to the island, he writes all of the plays that we know him for. He finishes, he writes The Seagull and The Cherry Orchard, and he is obviously also very famous for a lot of short stories before then. So anyways, there's a lot of stuff there, which I encourage people to dive into.
I mean, yeah.
And also, Alex. Oh, sorry.
No, jump in, Karen.
Also, Alex, you have a personal connection to the census specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Well, both of us do. Yeah, both Eric and I were officially enumerators for the United States Census of 2020.
Yeah, I actually did knock on a single door. But I had the knapsack, I had the phone, the device, everything. Long story short, my schedule got ahead of me. Blessings, I'm humbled that, life kind of fast-tracked, and I just had no time to complete the training. So I did about 8 hours of training online, completed that. I was sworn in, so I'm sworn in for the rest of my life.
Yeah, we both took an oath.
We took an oath
for about 72 years, so we can't really answer any more questions about that.
Well, I have one more question about that for the both of you. So Chekhov, we have innumerable reasons that Chekhov gives for going on this trip, none of which are particularly convincing. So I guess the question I have is, why did the two of you decide you wanted to take part of the census?
You want me to go first?
Yeah.
Well, kind of like Barry Erickson in the story, I, for one, was looking for something to do when I'm not doing theater. And so I actually applied to do it in April, and they only got back to me at the end of the summer to see if I wanted to participate. And it was a wonderful intersection of civic responsibility and something I could do for my city and my country. And it was a really extraordinary moment to see New York City recovering from the past 7 months, and to get to, I knocked on 1,224 doors. I successfully interviewed 510 interviews. And through it all, I encountered, I had many different kinds of encounters, but more than anything, I encountered people that were resilient, resourceful, and hopeful for what lies ahead. And that was a wonderful surprise.
Well, we got two questions here, and I think they actually kind of speak to one another. Curtis asks, have you found any happy accidents in technology, sound, projection? And Jonathan asks, how do you envision and map out staging, blocking, and choreography on a two-dimensional and almost entirely imaginary space? And I kind of feel like maybe one question answers the other. Lydia.
I'm making sure to unmute. Yeah, no, they totally answer each other. This is a really interesting process to try to figure out what it looks like, because it's really easy to come up with a beautiful looking static image. But then when we have this type of setup where there's two closets and they need to sometimes be next to each other or over top or tiny, how we get between those various trajectories and various tableaus becomes this huge other kind of, has its own life to it, really. All the transitions become so integral in the storytelling. And so a lot of what we ended up doing was kind of building little story blocks that were like, okay, we'll have some shadow stuff that we can play with in these frames, and this idea of transparencies, and this idea of like daguerreotypes and old paper and crumpled things, and kind of started throwing things together. And then so much of it comes out of like something going wrong in the camera and then being like, oh wow, that looks so cool. And also I think something that was interesting was like Eric shared an image of something that was an aerial view, and he was talking about how it was it was Aboriginal, Eric. And so we were really inspired by this image, and we were talking about the Gilead scene and about this kind of how much we love this aerial view. And then we realized that if they just sat in a certain way, we could recreate this feeling of an aerial view. So stuff like that, where it was kind of a lot of move your body a little bit, let's flip it, switch it, and maybe overlay some stuff. And then you start to just kind of find the story and find the world within that.
Which is to say that we rehearse with full tech every day. And so that's kind of how the entire process works. We're able to do all of this in some sort of haphazard way in any given rehearsal. Of course, the trickiest thing, as Misha was talking about, is the audio, which isn't there yet and is still something we're figuring out. But video-wise, yeah, it's actually, I was saying to Katie Rose, we probably should have done a two-person show where one person didn't talk, and that would have been seamless. Let's see. So, going through the comments. But anyway, I guess, does anyone else want to reflect on have any happy accidents in the work, or how we envision staging blocking choreography on a two-dimensional space?
I think. Oh yeah, go Justin.
I
I'll
was
go
just going
after.
to say, I think what's interesting to me is that in some ways it is two-dimensional. We're experiencing it through a screen, but you still do have access to your X, Y, and Z axis. So we're able to make the boxes appear further away by making them smaller and appear closer to you by making them larger. So there is the same kind of composition that goes into physical staging in three-dimensional space, but there's just a lot more math involved in terms of animating and composing those images, and then the layering of, what pieces are we going to animate in order to, the advantage of working in this scenario is we're not on a physical stage. So we can actually take the entire physical stage, move it, and present you with a new physical stage. And I think there are some great advantages, in this moment as we negotiate kind of virtual, the boons, the pros and cons of virtual engagements. I think there is a lot of room for, sort of building this theater that isn't limited by physical space, but rather just by time.
And I would also just add to that we don't, in rehearsal specifically, or at least I don't. I imagine everything in three-dimension as I'm rehearsing. I rehearse the same way I would if I was with people in a room. We just have to use our words a lot more, because I can't get up and show Eric a dance move that I want him to do. I have to use my words to describe it. And so what ends up coming out is a true collaboration between his imagination and my imagination. And I think that is a reason why also that it feels so lush and has so much dimensionality to it. Also is that we're not thinking about it in a flat this shape and this shape and this shape. But we're treating everything as a three-dimensional object.
I guess I wanted to add on the subject of happy accidents, so to speak. I think the whole senses connection was a bit of an accident. Somehow we sort of just in earlier drafts, while talking about the senses, did not necessarily connect us to the current senses. Then it was discovered that both of you are census workers, and suddenly this version of a census worker emerged. And I thought that was just such a beautiful sort of thing. And then the other thing, Alex, you mentioned something in rehearsal just earlier today, how beautifully ironic it is that the reoccurring theme of this recurring piece in this piece is two people having difficulty hearing each other. It's sort of the theme for our 2 weeks, but also for life right now, right? There's a lot of that going on. So I just thought it was life imitates art and vice versa.
Well, Sonia says Notes from an Enumerator is a great title. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you.
I have another call out.
What? Yeah.
I think Alex should share a little bit about the music that we heard.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, that's also a super cool layer that transcends.
The sound and the music for this piece, obviously, as Misha described it's been an incredible roller coaster this week trying to assemble everything together. And Misha has some compositions of his own that I think he should talk about as well that I think have been incorporated. Aside from Misha's compositions, there's also some compositions, some of the more symphonic and orchestral stuff that is my great-grandfather's music.
Where?
from the former Soviet Union. It was at the time, and he wrote a lot of that stuff in the 50s, 60s. I think he recorded it sometime in the late 60s, early 70s, and that music has somehow miraculously survived, and we got to use it in this piece. In fact, there is another prop here. So the music was wonderful from my great grandfather, but my grandfather gave us this pipe, which Eric has brought to life as I think the greatest Chekhov anybody could ever imagine. Misha, do you want to talk about the other kind of additional compositions that you?
No, I mean, actually, in full transparency, it was my intention to try to make all of the sonic content be somehow derived from the pieces of your great grandfather, like sample them, dissect them, so do and unfortunately just honestly ran out of time dealing with a lot of, so I had to sort of plug in some things that existed before, or it was just something that would be easier, so it's more connective tissue. So if and when we do this, we take this voyage again, I want to go back and sort of continue that work of extracting more beauty from those concertos.
And speaking of great grandparents, I did want to say real quick that first I applied to be a census worker because a former roommate was like, "Hey man, I think they paying $28 an hour," and this was kind of like in like March, April, when the world just shut down. So I was like, that sounds good. If I can get that, I gotta buy some shirts or something. Anyway, no. So I applied, but when I thought about it, I said, "Oh, okay, this is interesting." And then it hit me that I must try to do this because some years ago I was on Ancestry.com, and at first I was a little skeptical on Ancestry.com because Black Americans just tend not to be as well documented as other people. Unless we're in bondage, there's a lot of prison records you can find. So there's something to talk about that for another show. But I was able to actually find a good amount of stuff for members of my family. One thing that really, really affected me and really led me into wanting to become a census worker was I found I believe it was the 1920 census. And it had my great-grandmother listed when she was a child. And she was one of the people that raised me. And she lived till about 96, 97 until the year 2012. And I remember when I saw her name and her age on there, well under 10, I became so emotional looking at this handwritten document. And I said I wanted to be a part of this in some way. I said I would love to knock on a door and take down the name of a child that could be the next president. It's like, and what's the little girl's name? Oh, Michaela, whatever her name, and then she goes on to do something wonderful. And then 7 years later, I'm like, I enumerated her, but really, yeah, that was my initial idea to try to get involved with it, and it didn't work out for me to be able to, not one, like I said before, but I'm happy that I got close.
I mean, Eric, I would love to hear a little bit about your experience jumping into this space and what it's like for you. I mean, today was a whirlwind, we know that, but what's it like for you to perform in this kind of situation and context? And you can be real.
Oh, for me, it's just like I'm pretty adaptable, and I think I can take a lot on my plate. I just need to have some type of semblance of order or something. So I said, I don't mind having a lot of stuff in my ear. I would just love for it not to inhibit me from doing X, Y, and Z. So, and Misha was really good about that. I mean, I used to today, and yesterday I kept having an echo of myself, which was just really distracting me. And it was the one thing that I was like, it's really hard to move, forward with that. I said, but if we can't fix it, just let me know, because now I got to get my mind right to just go on a whole different level of focus. I said, I can do it. I wouldn't like to, but if, and it was amazing. He fixed it. But ultimately, I just always try to approach performance and being a performer and an actor just very open. I try not to have any genres or labels or this is the type of stuff I do or this is the type of stuff I don't do, because I believe the performer should be open to doing everything. I think the performer should be ready to do something with ring lights, all this technology, a little closet. I think he should be ready to do a kitchen sink play. I think he should be ready to do a TV series. I think they should be ready to do an animated movie. I think they should be ready to do a children's book or whatever. I think the performer should be so open so as not to limit what they can do and what they can offer. Because if you want to be a storyteller, well, stories are told in a variety of ways. So you have to be open and hopefully create your instrument that you can play anything. A musician, just because a musician that plays what is so-called jazz, just because a musician plays that does not mean he can't play anything else. So he can use that instrument it's only 12 notes, I believe. 12 notes? 12 notes. It's 12 notes. I'm not counting octaves. And he, Miles has the same 12 notes that Beethoven has the same 12 notes that Stravinsky has. You know what I mean? And they can play it all if they needed or wanted to. And I believe that the performer has to have that same sensibility. So for me, this was just another avenue to try to hopefully tell the story and be up for it. And it was extremely enjoyable to me. Very. I hope we can do this again, truly.
Eric, I feel like Eric's really touching on kind of what initially started this conversation between Josh and I, and then kind of Theater in Quarantine and Theater Me Too, which is, we created this Expansion Works program specifically to address that, right? We're all playing with the same 12 notes. So how do we kind of expand the languages we can speak and how we speak them? And I think one of the great things about Theater in Quarantine, and I think all of us here on this call and many others who have participated in different projects can speak to, is that it really forces you to kind of question your primary and principal discipline and look at it in a very different way and bear a larger burden for executing this kind of whole artistic project. You can't quite silo yourself into one discipline and say, I'm just doing this one piece. And I quite like that. It really forces us all to work in a different way. And I hesitate to use the word opportunity ever in relationship to the larger kind of moment that we're dealing with, but it does present this unique time where we can kind of question how we approach making art and how we create new ways of coming together as a community, and whether that's through making stuff together or sharing stuff. I think it's really a kind of great thing. So 12 notes, that's what I'm taking away, Eric. That's good.
Very nice. Absolutely echo that. That it is my hope that when we get past the after times, as we keep referring to them, that this sort of work continues happening, right? Like, this becomes part of the repertoire of theater companies that can fit into a closet and beyond. I think it is my hope also that to keep using the musical analogy, right? It is 12 notes, but to put it bluntly, currently being played in a child's recorder. We are stretching. I don't mean but like, we are stretching and breaking technology and time to be used like that. And so half the issues that we're dealing with is because it is fighting back, or it just can't handle the ambition, so to speak. And so it is my hope that this seeing this sort of and engaging with this sort of content inspires new technology, new type of support. Because ultimately, I think there's a lot of potential in it. And so we're trying to show beautiful melodies and hoping to build bigger, beautiful instruments and orchestras, and then, you know, turn into a symphony. So,
wow, we really took that metaphor places. I have to answer a question. What happened to the bear? Okay, actually, the bear was in there. You may not have noticed. That's for the rewatchers out there. You should be able to find the bear. But no, the whole bear suit did not make it in. You're probably referring to our behind-the-scenes footage, which is out there. I'll post it on YouTube probably this week as well. And it is some really incredible footage of the past 2 weeks or so. And yeah, we had a more featured moment with the bear that did get cut. Yes, sadly. And is the second closet in Eric's house? No, where is the second closet?
The second closet is in an art studio here in Gowanus, about 2 blocks from Me Too.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes.
So Theater
Yes.
operates a space called Me Too. This is such a good angle, Eric.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
We operate a space called Me Too, which is here in Gowanus, Brooklyn, and actually have another streaming project that's happening here at the theater. So check out our Instagram. You can kind of see what else is happening here. But we wanted to house the closet close to someone in person. And since I'm here at the theater day and night, 540 President was very close to us, and so it's about 2 blocks from here. And yeah, both Eric and Alex were very patient with rebuilding this closet in an art studio, which is in a much larger shared space. So we had some very interesting conversations with some of the artists. If they're watching for some reason, thank you for your patience. They were very kind in kind of going on this experiment with us, letting us share space with them.
Well, thank you again, Justin, and thank you, Theater Me Too, for your support in this. I mean, we're barreling through the fall with some of our most ambitious programming. Of course, as I mentioned, we have Closet Works coming up in 2 weeks, and then a new piece with Katie Rose and Madeline George and Raja Feather Kelly, and then another Closet Works 2 weeks after that. And then 2 weeks after that, we are back with the second portion of our Expansion Works partnership with Theater Me Too, which is a new musical by Heather Christian. Not sure how we're going to do it. We don't know.
It's going to be so good. We're going to figure it out like we always do.
It's going to be amazing. So that's coming up, and we hope you check that out. I did want to just open this up to the team here and just say final thoughts or final complaints, anything. Let's go around. Ada, start us off. Ada, this was your first full length. With the company. Yeah.
That is correct. And I would say, I learned a lot from this process. I think I worked with Taya and Josh a little bit longer, like with other projects, rather than just this piece. So, but this one is just very different than, like the Closet Works that we've done before. And I definitely learned a lot in this process, being as a stage manager, taking blockings and scheduling rehearsals, and also, throughout this process, especially these 2 days, I would say, the rehearsal, I'm consistently thinking about, like maybe next time when we do this kind of a longer piece, which involves more people, how, like from a stage manager's perspective, I can help more to, get everyone happier.
I'm not gonna sound miserable.
But like I would say, this is also the first time that we all do this together, so no one can ever anticipate what will happen. As you see, like the beginning was fine, and these 2 days a little bit tight, and that is all the things that we've learned from the actual practice. Then the next time when we do this, we can think more ahead and just kind of improve the system. Then we can do it better and better. but I really enjoyed working with everyone here and being in this highly creative and collaborative process. Everyone, you know, like everyone can express their voice in the room. It's like highly tolerant. And, you know, it's just very, very very satisfying, and I really enjoyed working with everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ada.
Well, there's one more question from Ali, which I don't know if I'm trying to understand it. It asks, do you believe this awesome close format could work for someone writing a play for the traditional stage? Or must the writer imagine this stage foremost? Alex, can you parse that, or Eric?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you wrote it for a closet format. I mean, you have stuff in the stage directions where it's like, I'm not about to walk around some settlement smoking a pipe. You know, so it's like walking, like trying to walk continuously in this small space just looked weird and stuff. I feel like you kind of like wrote this thing, and then we just figured out how to tell it in this space. But what I do think is that online mediums, I think, are fantastic for letting ideas and people create. And I think that there are many things that could be, the development doesn't have to just be in a person with a bunch of people in a traditional theater. That I think that this could be a part of the development too. You know, my final thought is that I have a great hope that this is not the last time that Notes from the Numerator occurs. And even when Alex, called me and wanted to get me involved originally, I said, man, I'm seeing this as something long term. Like this could be something eventually on its feet. And and so I think this is the perfect opportunity to flesh some ideas out, figure out things that, in this short time we maybe had to cut, but maybe it's something that could come into another long form thing. So I think that the beauty of this online stuff is that potentially it's a little cheaper. Yeah. You know, also people are in different places. You know, Katie Rose, you in Minnesota. You know, so it's not stopping us from doing that, but say if and when we're all ready to get back and have the funding and everything to come back in one location, well, we're already steps ahead. So I would encourage other people to use the online format as the continuation of the development of the in-works progress, to workshop it in another atmosphere, and take your idea and say, well, what is it like in this format, and what is it like there? The same way somebody says, so I'm going to write this book, and then I'm going to make the movie based on the book. Then I'm going to make the cartoon based on the movie of the book. Then I'm going to, you know what I mean? So I feel like this can kind of live in that same continuum, where it's like what we did, the Theater in Quarantine online closet version. Now I want to see what it is, and you get what I'm saying.
Well, and I think, this piece, for our first two-person show, it's so, it is truly ambitious, because, and I said to Alex, like, the joy and the terror of the past couple weeks working on this one is realizing that so much of the work we've done has been isolated in terms of the work, in terms of the dramaturgy of the plays that we've been making, right? It's set in a bunker, it's set in a spaceship. Sure, maybe we're doing crazy stuff with video, but there's a free form freedom of theater making, of play, the empty space, frankly, that is inherent to this piece, that really opens up possibility in a slightly frightening way, in a way that I'm used to on stage, but in a way that is a little daunting here in this closet. And so it's been really wonderful working through that. But it's clearly more ambitious, clearly more devised, more ensemble driven than anything we've ever done before here. And that's been really wonderful. So to say, do you have to write, could the closet format work traditionally? Could traditional work here? Yeah, it all works. I mean, maybe we should have done a kitchen sink drama and dragged a sink in for our first two-person show. We could have done Night Mother, Eric. That would have been, maybe easier. Next season. Please. Please.
Uranus in the clouds.
Yeah. But anyway, I do want to go around and just do words of wisdom or final promotions or favorite memories from everyone. So Justin.
Make sure to check out. Oh God, this came so fast.
It's time to see.
So this is part one of expansion works. Like Josh said, there's another collaboration with Theater in Quarantine that's happening in December. Theater Me Too also has a bunch of other programming happening. We have our Hybrid Arts Lab, which is for trans, non-binary, and femme-identified artists working at the intersection of performance and technology. They're going to be sharing some of their in-progress stuff in December. Theater Me Too has interactive digital experience that we've created for New York Theater Workshop season that's happening in November. And we're running around doing lots of other things. We have an Artist at Home program, which provides basically resources to artists who are looking to make work in this moment. So we have a big giant project that's happening to my left. You can't see in our big 2,400 square foot space here. Called Circle Jerk. Check that out. It's also on our Instagram. Yeah, come see what we're making. There's lots more stuff to come. So thanks. This is very exciting.
Ada?
It happens so fast. Yeah. Just want to say that definitely subscribe our channel, Theater in Quarantine, because we're definitely making a lot of cool pieces. As Josh said in our pre-show speech, it's not Zoom theater, it's not dance film, it's really live theater. Everything you've seen is performed by people who host, who's hosting this talkback. It's really cool, and we have so many talented artists here, and we are consistently creating new stuff no matter what happens. So definitely follow us on all social media, subscribe our YouTube channel, and we won't let you down.
Nisha?
I don't have necessarily much to promote, but just thanks to everyone's and their patience. I do sincerely hope we can sort of touch this again somehow. I do know that when things get incredibly sort of like what's the word? Insane, whatever. I get into that sort of like dark Russian mode, and I get really sort of tense and grumpy, and I appreciate everyone's sort of patience with all of this, and hoping that we can, like, this was a stormy voyage. We can, make it at one point we can make it a delightful little like yacht trip. Or something.
Just don't say cruise ship, because that's got weird connotations now. Lydia.
Yeah, I just think it feels crazy that it's like done. It's so fast. It all happens so fast, and it's like I feel like we scratched the surface. And I love how collaborative it's been. And I work best just like throwing something together and then throwing it up and seeing if it works. And I feel like that is so how this process has been, and it's just been a blast. I look forward to seeing how you guys make stuff coming up, and then hopefully revisiting this some way in some form in the future.
Eric?
What am I saying? What did we say?
The last word.
Last thoughts.
I said this on something a few weeks ago, and I was happy that it came out of wherever it came out of the ether of my blood or something. But whoever's still listening out there, whoever's still out there.
There's 33 people.
Oh, get out! All right, 33. No, but really, I hope that artistically, I hope that the artists, at this time of the last 7-8 months of the world, of what's been going on health-wise, what's been going on economically, what's been going on racially. I hope that it is a time that it reinvigorates the artist to reestablish and reconnect with what is important and what place we have in society and art. I think there were a lot of things that we were trying to touch on with certain parts of the text, certain little connection things, the connection. I mean, I remember that day you came in with that text and I said, he says quarantine in this letter. I said, come on, man, the nation is diseased. I said, the hammer thing, I said, we need a hammer man in America, man. We need a hammer man in a lot of red states. But really, hopefully this time will refocus the artists to create work that is meaningful. And I don't say that to say that the work has to be, it has to be heavy or dark, that it can be light, it can be, it can be fun, it can be comedic, but that there is a purpose behind it. That I hope that artists get away from, we've gotten away from making things purposefully. And we gotta get away from that. People will pay for it, people will buy it. We think that we gotta do stuff that's fluff and whatever to get the money. No, people want it. They want it. They want stuff that's purposeful, and they will pay it. And even if the people that typically wouldn't pay for it, then there's gonna be a whole new audience that you're gonna want that's gonna pay for it. Leave those other people behind. They gotta catch up. So anybody that's out there, just let's just keep making stuff with purpose, man.
Alex.
Gosh, I echo everything Eric just said, and I want to say thank you to each of the collaborators part of this project. It's been extraordinary, and just want to emphasize the importance of teams, the importance of collaboration, and how a collaboration can yield a really beautiful thing that no one person can truly fully imagine, and that the spirit of that is important to me, and I think important to a lot of people. So trust the team that you have, and if you don't have a team, just find one. Just make one. Make your own. I'm really lucky that I've gotten to work with Pigpen Theater Company for many years, and I think from there learned the value of union and the importance of union in creating something that's greater than ourselves. So that's my Russian sentimental send-off.
Katie Rose.
Thank you, each and every one of you beautiful, beautiful humans, for joining us on the wonderful Theater in Quarantine experience, which is putting together a show in 2 weeks, which is insane. But thank goodness for collaboration, like Alex was saying. Every single person here stepped up and went above and beyond in every single way, and it was just like an honor and a pleasure. It's so exciting. Like our YouTube channel, please, if you can. Most importantly, if you haven't voted yet, please do so. Make sure that you double check what's on your ballot before you go. You can go to ballotready.org. It says all the props, all the measures, everything that's going to be on your ballot. Just double check all that before you go. Check in with your friends and family, see what their voting plan is. If you can, help them out. If you need me to help in any sort of way, like get in contact. I will encourage anyone to go out and vote. Just please do so. It's really, really, I mean, we don't need to say this, but it's incredibly important now more so than ever. Get out, let your voice be heard. Josh, you want to send this out?
Sure. I think, so yes, if you were with us tonight, you probably heard that we did cancel the 7 p.m. show. We had a lot of tech to get through, and, it snuck up on us, and, I'd say it wasn't perfect, but we got a pretty wonderful show up, which I'm really proud of. I want to say thank you all. I want to say thank you to Me Too, and
I want to say if there's one melancholy note I'll leave it on is that I don't get to do it a second time. And that's the thing I'll leave feeling just a little bit sad about, because I don't want to leave it just yet. But thanks again, and thank you all for watching and joining us tonight. You can you can subscribe to us on YouTube. You can join our Facebook group page, whatever we have. We have an Instagram, Theater in Quarantine. You can donate to us, and all the proceeds are divided amongst the collaborators. That's a provider. That was linked below. And again, we've got some incredible shows coming your way in the next couple of weeks. So please join us again in 2. I am Joshua William Gelb, still in the closet. Eric's in another closet. We're all in the closet. So thanks again. Hope you have a great Monday night. Hope you have a great rest of the week. All my best to all of you. Stay strong, stay well, stay safe, vote. Have a good night.
До свидания!
До свидания.
Okay. Oh my gosh. How many things have been happening? Trying to go live stream. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you. This is my attempt of putting some clothes on today. You know how it is when you get depressed and you work at home. You don't want to put clothes on. So, okay. And I am going to show my face today while I'm drying. I have been debating on whether or not doing that because I've been emotionally unstable lately. There's no other way of putting it. I was trying to go live earlier, and my brother went live, my big brother. And if you guys have noticed, I have put a live video stream up there of my big brother in the Dominican Republic. And that's where I'm going for my birthday, Sandra. I wish you could come with me. Right? I'm glad you can relate, Sandra, because, you know, getting dressed should not be an issue, but when it's depression and you work from home, it's a whole nother. Okay, I see my friend. Big birthday. I had to get all the clip studio in there for you guys. You know, when you work for yourself or work for someone else and you work from home, the rule of thumb is get dressed for success. And that was part of my breakdown here. Well, hopefully while I'm down there in the yard, I'll be able to live stream as well because a rapper by trade, and you know, like most people, decided to leave the country. We are free Black people. We do not have to stay here. There's other places in this world where there's better cost of living, healthcare, and so on and so forth. So once again, that really was part of my crises last week in relation to success and age. So for those of you guys just thinking, my name is D. You don't touch the lid. Ballet or DJT. I am going to be on the emotions today, so the particular mission here I'm doing, or prompt that I'm doing as far as art-wise goes. I do have ideal of what I want to draw emotion-wise. And let's see if I can successfully do that. Oh my goodness, Sandra says she got a death threat at work. Working at home since Monday. Well, I hope you're enjoying your time at home. working at home if you're not used to doing that, because it is quite an adjustment. For the past 20 years or so, myself, I have been an independent contractor of sorts. And the only way I've worked for other people is when I did female or women security, and that's personal security and personal bodyguard. And when I was a manicurist. And even still, when you're a manicurist, you're, depending on what shop you work for, you're still independent. I'm also doing a one brush challenge. Guys, I know brush challenge. One specific tool in your program. So I wish you well on that, Andra, because any different people take lightly or play with, and I hope it was against the company itself and not one personally there, but you never know with work rage. So let's talk about the breakdown I had the other day. And I want to apologize to my daughters because they did come through and give me that physical hug that I needed. So I apologize, Lord. I apologize, Lila Capricorn. My bad, because they did come through the hugs. You guys didn't know too grumpy. Right. I really needed that elder hug the other day. Let's do a new window for you guys. Change up. That's good. Right, babe. The camera's not on, but I'm just letting you know. Okay. And speaking of which, my oldest daughter just walked in my room. She's on her lunch break. Works from home as well. And okay. And she just brought in the mail. So what's in the mail today? So Sandra, in my own little way here, since you're one of my top fans, I'm gonna dedicate this one to you. So there you go. That is my cursive. All right. Oh, you are so welcome, Sandra. Oh, and happy B-Day. Okay, I hope I don't get flagged from the song. All the music that we're listening to right now is T-Pain approved. Straight up T-Pain approved. If you are a creator of some sorts and you need that royalty-free music, go to pencilpack.com. I'm so glad that I make someone else's day brighter. And I'm glad you're sitting here with me today because I honestly don't know how long I'm gonna be live streaming. But since it's Friday, where is my restream? It's Friday. I don't have school. Everything's done. Midterms were done for us, 2 weeks ago? My eldest daughter is in the same school, but she's doing way better than I am. I'm just starting off anew. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Okay, so that being said, the crash I had started right before Pencil Pack. Okay, it's Pizzle Pack. Pizzle Pack. Pizzle Pack. I don't know why he calls it that, because maybe T-Pain and he makes it pizzle or whatever. But if you go there or go to T-Pain's Twitch channel and contact them, they will send you all the okays, a license agreement, how you can and cannot use music, and they will okay you. Okay? So I say this sharing the news. I say this sharing good news. Is this the same grease pen? Oh, that's not. Here we go. My bad, guys. All right, so you got it. Pizzle. And this one right here, I'm gonna call They Coming After My Heart, y'all, because that's what I feel like. If you guys have been following me for some while, you know that the past few years have been hard for me. I left my husband, started a new life. I was married for 20 years. Had no inclination that my marriage would fail. Now, mind you, I did leave my own husband. I left him. And life was just extremely hard. Because one, he was the main financial provider for the longest. And at times, only times, because I was the active parent at home. And those of you guys who are active parents know what I'm talking about. Not everybody is a active parent. And I say that lightly because I have parents myself. I don't talk about them. I don't plug them. I don't say words of encouragement. They're just regular parents. My father's a preacher or was a preacher, and my mom's full of shit. She was never a mother. So my father raised me. And he went from one extreme to another, which was crackhead and a cocaine addict and then he went to preacher. So I went to from him not paying so much attention. Never did bring person. That. So regardless, that's relationship that's always been. Not tripping about it. Right? It's really was all the hardship I have been going through that I have been blessed earlier this year to not only come out of that hardship, but I feel like the universe, I will talk about the universe a lot when I speak because I'm a Buddhist. The universe rewarded me for all my hardships. And for the longest, I thought whatever I was going through, I was deserving of going through because when I did my female security, when I was doing that solo adventure, a lot of people can't talk about all the adventures they've had in their life, let alone how they live it. I've had many a great adventure, stuff facing born type of adventures. Things people like, oh, there's no way your tiny self could have did that, or there's no possible way you could have lived through that. My brother, I just showed, he was live. I plugged him, so if you go on my channel, you can see the live stream before that. He was showing himself in the DR. And he was talking about life in itself too. If you've been through enough, like I'm uber calm now. I've been through enough to where life itself doesn't faze me. I know the only guarantee of life, sadly, is death, not quality of life, not longevity of life. Only guarantee of life in itself. So, that being said, we've had this very, what you call it, deathful year, or just gloomy year. They're going to be nice. So that being said, I haven't had the greatest support group because the child left unattended. And all my cousins and stuff had their family, and if it wasn't for my cousins, I wouldn't know half of the things I do know, especially in the feminine world. So I'm really grateful for my cousins and aunties, but I don't have that parent figure. Then I had my own first child at 17, and the people that made me feel really good about being a parent at 17 were my elders, great grandmother, my grandmother, which would constantly remind me that everything I'm going through is nothing new under the sun. Well, I'm so glad that you guys are listening to my truths here, because one thing I've decided, being in this artist world and doing this full time, in my new precipice of turning 40, is that I'm not alone. And when I reach out on the internet and say, hey y'all, I need some help, you know what? The most perfect of strangers will come out and say, we got you, girl. We got you. I feel y'all been the same way. And that was one of those issues I was having is relatability in life when there's no one around that you can relate with. How do you find that comfort? You know, how do you reach out? Say, yo, I need some. Yo, the other day I just needed. My birthday is November 13th, Sandra. November the 13th. So, and that's where I'm getting to. So the other day, when I had my little breakdown, it was the 13th. 13th is usually a good luck day for me. I can play a scratcher ticket, and man, I can play a scratcher ticket. Usually win something on the 13th of every month. Like, it's something about the 13th in itself. That is just a good luck day for me, regardless of it being my birthday or not. I'm trying to be well. I'm working on it. That is the whole thing. Like, so now I'm at the point where I have no financial issues. I have no life issues. My children are grown. And I'm so used to being a mother. Them suckers don't need me no more. Well, thank you, Brianna. Thank you for your note. And so they are going to be moving away next year. And it looks like for the both of them, maybe the both of them, but my youngest will be moving. He will be moving in February. Go to South Korea. If things go well, that's what the colleges are saying. Looks like, you know, a lot of the world is trying to really open up February of next year. So, not for nothing, but I have came into quite a bit of money. And like I say, things are going well. But, and I got a big backer to support my art, a bigger company. I say so much is just going well for me. And I know you guys are like, what? How come you haven't announced this or told us or whatnot? Right now, for them to keep supplying me with my needs, I have to meet some social media standards, and I will not pay for that. A lot of people will promote and plug themselves, but I have been doing great organically for some while. In addition to just funding my own art, because I'm not doing mainstream things. I don't draw things that people already know about. I may draw subject topics that you know about, like samurais, but you know, I am an independent artist. I share my own art most of the time. I don't plug anything else. You know, so it's really tough when you're not feeding people things they already know, like Scooby-Doo or, you know, something mainstream. Where am I at? Okay, that's just, I don't have enough color right there. So that being said, I had found myself in this new spot where I'm doing so good just with life. Like, thank you, universe, for rewarding me all these great things. Then I went out the other day. This is where it's kind of convoluted because, like I say, midterms were 2 weeks ago. And while I was doing midterms, and I hope my ex-muse is watching. They popped up on me and just really threw me through a loop, in addition to with what society was already yelling at me about as far as the company that I'm speaking of wants me to pretty much whitewash myself. Then I go out and I go to this store and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'll think about it. And it's a tough one because I haven't worn a wig in like over 12 years. Now when I met my muse, I did buy one at that time and I wore it one night. And that was it. I explained that that's not me. I'm not comfortable doing that anymore. And it's for so many personal reasons why I don't wear a wig, just in my blackness in itself. But it really hurt my heart that that's what they wanted from me. And we've had some personal sit down talks with this company, because the whole thing, they came to me because of my blackness and because of what I'm doing promoting my art. So I go outside, I go to Family Dollar, and I go pick up some things. And people I don't know or know I'm passing was like, well, why are you walking to the store? You're too pretty to be walking to the store. Oh, that one is the one that's been getting me lately. So if I say something, if I'm walking down the store and I'm just like, yeah, or to the store, and I enjoy walking, I'm from the city. That's what people do in LA. They walk. When you're in a place with a lot of public transportation, you walk. I'm a fit woman. I like to walk. And so anyways, I was getting so much feedback from the universe in so many different ways these past 2 weeks of people inputting, or I'm not even going to say people, just the universe inputting their 2 cents of through this. And it's usually backed by, but you're too pretty. And that one I will never understand. Because I was so grateful to the universe for putting me in this place where I don't have to struggle anymore financially. I don't have to worry about my children financially anymore. But there's nothing like having family. Oh, let me turn on my camera. So I've learned being a military wife and out there in the world that you make your own family. Family's not necessarily. Where's my camera screen? 1 second, you guys. I gotta go. Fine, I'm here. Nope. I'm trying to grab the web camera and drag and drop. Copy. All right. Hey, Chashi. Where? All right, there we go. Put myself up over here. Yay! And Joshie has been one of my friends from DeviantArt since I've started. he is such a great fan and follower, and he's also been one of my great support systems. I started this. Okay, so back to my story. So I've been going out. I go out, I go do something. Generally, I walk. I don't mind walking. The weather is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like, cool, fine things. Walk to the gas station. Guy tells me, you too pretty to be walking out here by yourself. Like, what am I, 12? Like, I got you, homie, but I'm probably 40 and I like walking. So, what you want me to do about it, right? It's that intrusion of everybody's personal opinions, right? So then my muse pops up, or ex-muse, lets me know he's no longer with his companion, but I'm sure there was just lies because he used me his own type of way and dips it. And I've been ghosted, right? So here I am. I had just asked the universe, like last week before the midterms, like, yo, everything's going good. Thank you so much for rewarding me for my hard works and diligent acts. Can you send me some love, universe? Right? So I'm sitting there asking the universe for love. Throws me the ex-muse, does nothing for me. Actually, just, hurts my heart some more. Go out again. And I'm like, okay. I'm like on every dating app, y'all. I put these pictures out on my website and here on Facebook. And guess what? Like 2 people hit me up. Like you talking about feeling really ugly until you go outside and get some stranger validation. But even the strangers are like, girl, you too pretty to be going through this. Okay, so you want to take me out on a date or what? And it's like, no, I'm taking. I'm married. I just wanted you to know that you're too pretty to be going through it. So I'm just like, okay. I try and set up some dates through these apps. They're like, nope. Nobody fall through. I've been stood up a few times now, and I'm not too worried about people standing up, because I know life happens, right? But it's the deal with, for the longest, I felt like I had nothing to bring to the table because I was the housewife for the majority of my marriage. I mean, even when I wasn't a housewife, you guys forgive me on this one, we weren't claiming all our stuff. Yeah. When I was bringing in income into the home, it had, he was still, primary provider. So, and if you're a woman not used to being primary provider, or that person in general, life is hard, right? So that was the other thing. Like, okay, so now universe, like, am I being impatient? Am I? And then I was thinking to myself, no, I'm not being impatient, because now this was the week, the midterms week. I was sitting there thinking to myself, no, I'm not being impatient. I realized that I'm used to being loved, and I'm used to loving. I'm used to nurturing. I'm used to being a nurturer. Not every woman is a nurturer. And it is something I did have to learn growing up without a mother, when to hug, when not to hug, that hugs are essential. I mean, that's something I've really been working on, with my own children, how essential hugs are. And non-sexual. I had even watched these shows on how people were paying for hugs, and I was just like, wow, I didn't realize that, folks are out there just like me. They need a hug. And when I needed that hug the other day, it was an elder hug, someone older than me, understanding, all these life issues I'm currently going through, turning 40, hit my own little midlife crisis. I haven't been 40 before. Okay, catch up with me. So this is new, and I don't have anyone in my circle my age or either substantially younger than me. And that is black. So that's another issue. Like, I'm used to calling on an elder and saying, yo, this is what's up. This is what I'm going through. It was usually my grandmother. And she's passed a few years ago. My best friend was my cousin. He passed a few years ago. So these people that I'm used to talking about are gone. I do not like this eyeball right here. Okay, that's it. And so once again, when I get frustrated, I go for a walk, right? So I go on, I go for another walk. And somebody else tells me, well, Naomi, right, you too pretty to be going through this. I talked to a couple on folks on Tinder, and they're like, you're too pretty to be single, or they think I'm spamming them, or I'm clickbait, or I think that's pretty awesome that they think I'm clickbait or some type of whores. I guess there's a lot of whores on Tinder and not real people looking for a hookup or a date or whatever, because Tinder is really about it's getting late, right? So here I am, just like not a care in the world as far as financial troubles. And I say this lightly because you guys, as they follow me, know that I've been homeless. I lived in a trailer for a little while that almost burnt down. Like, we didn't have a car for the longest. Just so many different types of hardships. And now that I don't have those, this song is going to make me cry. Okay. So now, I'm going to turn this down in my ear, but you guys should be able to hear it, no problem. Let's alter this. And if you guys use Clip Studios that you need some tips, go ahead and ask those questions, because I do get a lot of those questions after I'm done live streaming. Oh, goodness. I have a question about Clip Studio. Go ahead and put it there. So here I am, about to be 40. Never imagined that I would not be married to my husband right now. That I would not be retiring somewhere in the mountain with my husband. That I wouldn't be spending this time right here, right now, getting to know him and really enjoying him as a person to grow old with. And listening to the universe, just, yeah, right. Most dating apps are about getting laid. And I was okay with that because, once again, been married for 20 plus years. It's not like I got a whole lot of experience in men or anything, because I don't. I have probably more experience in women because that adage or old saying, military saying, when the husbands are away, the wives will play, which is so true, y'all. My husband was away, his wife played. And that was something condoned. We talked about my sexuality was something very clear when I met him. Even at 17 years old, I knew I liked or loved women, but it wasn't an issue. It was something that I actually always honored about my husband, that we had great communication, and that's why fallout hurts so much as well, because some of my last words were, if my words can no longer reach your heart to touch your mind, then why am I here? Because I can't say anything more or different than what I'm saying now. I can't do any more different than I'm doing now than telling you need some help, or we need some help, or whatever the instance is. We needed help because he's been through, probably at that time, he was on his 6th war. And I'm probably 115 pounds. I've always been around 115. When I was security, I was about 135 pounds to 140 muscle mass. So, and I was one of my best sparring partners. It's my husband. He was 300 and something pounds, y'all. 325 pounds on a skinny day, maybe 265. Like, I will let you know he was a center. He was a football player. I met him. So, when you're somebody that big, it's cool. I watched him pick up a refrigerator and just pick it up like it wasn't nothing and plug it up the doggone stairs to people's house. I mean, stuff like that. Like, I never thought in my wildest dreams at this moment I would not be with him. So here I am, like I say, everything's going great, y'all. Like, what? I'm not in debt. I got business deals going. Okay, we're gonna put some blocks somewhere. I got a deal for my mainstream comic. I've talked about the comic a lot. I haven't released it. And the reason why I haven't released it is because once you release something on the internet, it's gone. It's on the internet forever. Somebody can steal your idea, just like Power Rangers, and so many other shows that as soon as you tell your story to somebody else, somebody can steal it. But I have been doing my own thing and reaching out to folks to get my own works done, and it finally happened. So now I'm no longer in debt. And I'm still feeling inadequate of not being loved. And it's such a midlife crisis thing, because most people I've met around my age will say the same thing. Like, not about work anymore. It's not about getting your kids to college or school or anything. When these things are done, what do you do with yourself? You know, I don't know too many active women. Well, my aunt, though, she stays active. 57. But I don't know too many women that go through midlife crisis, especially something as extreme. Say if you won the lotto and you had no care and worry in the world, what do you worry about then? And I wasn't worried about nothing until the universe kept reminding me, hey, why are you going through this? Hey, you shouldn't be going through this because this, and that. Never get it. I'm gonna fire up the line. Not to turn the camera off right now, but if y'all see me look over there, well, hello, William. Okay, so Draw Like Crazy, that's what I listened to your stream the other day, and I heard you talking about kids giving unconditional love and whatnot. Kids don't give unconditional love. Pets don't give unconditional love, especially doggone cats. You know, they always got their own. So that makes me kitty cat. But you want a roommate, get you a kitty cat. Because they gonna treat you. I guess. So here I am. You know, I've been reaching out to people, and Draw Like Crazy is one of them. Building my company here and my team of women as well, because I've been getting a lot of commission offers, and they only want to work with women, which is awesome. But if I am a one-woman team in business, you know, how do you get this going? And I have been reaching out. Quite a few people just responded eagerly. And, I got this. I don't need help. Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I've been doing all this research on my downtime while I didn't have a computer. All this was still broke down. And going with this. It does need to be lighter. Like shit. And I'm not used to it. So, I'm out and about once again, midterms, took the Uber to Walmart. Uber driver's like, yo, you're too pretty to be going through this. Why are you taking an Uber? Like, mind your business. So, and I'm like, okay, universe, I heard you again. Right? So, news comes by, tells me I'm worth something, then ghosts me. Okay, not feeling so valuable then. Reach out to a couple of people, I need some help, or not help, I need some company. And nobody could respond, and no elder I can call. Say, how do you occupy this empty nesting phase here? Because that's exactly what it is now that I can truly relate to what it is. Because now I'm at the point, I'm in a house now, I'm renting it, but I want to stay here if my kids are not. I had always intended to be in the mountains with my husband at the time. And call home with him. Retiring and traveling the world. That's pretty bossy, y'all. Right? So if you've been planning this the past 20 years, and this is no different than dealing with a death or something of that nature, because I had to mourn my relationship. I had to realize that this is done and he would never be in my vicinity again, my husband. Even if we were to get together again, it just will not happen because we've been separated for 4 years ago, right? So here I am, like, okay, no longer crying about how I'm gonna pay a bill, or is anybody gonna notice my art? Is this worth doing or anything? Now I'm at the point where, do I even want to live here? Do I want to live in America? Do I want to continue to stay here? Because now I have the freest moment to decide whether or not what to do with my life. Can you guys see this clear? And so while you see me guys uploading more and doing more of this, if I'm not uploading more or whatnot, it's because of school. Nothing else. Don't have a love life, or don't have nothing either. So if I'm not doing any of these things, school, just started college. So I'm sitting here trying to get my life together, doing Best Stinky Productions, getting stuff together, getting a crew together. And then somebody else wants to walk up and say, oh, the Orchid Man. The Orchid Man did it for me too. Orchid Man comes up and says, well, a beautiful lady like you should have her car fixed and a boyfriend and whatnot. How come you're single? And this is what I'm asking or crying or initiating the conversation with the Orchid Man. This is on his own whim. Because, Orchid Man comes every so often since I moved into this house. This station is almost hard to get rid of, especially dirty. But I haven't had any issues with it here. But the Orchid Man still comes by, right? He says, well, you shouldn't be going through this. You're too pretty for that. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? And then how does the ugly woman feel? Because beauty is subjective. I've been ugly to many of people, and I have been feeling quite ugly lately because of this whole dating situation. I didn't feel old. I do pop and crack it. And some cracking. Wasn't feeling old until I started dating. Realized, oh shit, I am not a young 30-something. And then the realization of, I want to date people with kids, all children, I can't have children anymore, so I don't even want to play stepmom anymore. And I did enough of help raising my own siblings. I have 8 brothers and 2 sisters. And like I said, not active parents. My mom can burn a nail and go over something. Not everybody has great parents. You know what I'm saying? Straight babies. But when you choose to be that active parent and you realize what being a parent is and what love is and all these things that I was just taking for life consideration. Were coming to fruition. I had asked the universe to bail me out. I'm tired of this. I've struggled. I've worked all my years. I've been working since 16. You know what I'm saying? If you're one of the people that have been working for a long time, I had my first child at 17. Universe, cut me a break. What am I doing wrong to where you can't reward me? I get up, I work, I pay my taxes. You know what I'm saying? Oh, speaking of taxes, so I re-established my company. And IRS gave nothing for that one because it came into a large lump sum of money. And yeah. But government always gonna notice that's the money. They took their little half and whatnot. So some of those drawings that you see there where I say I hate my life, that's what was going on. Like so much was going on with the IRS. My car broke down my daughter and I were on our way back, checking out land in the mountains, out between the mountains. And we get a mile from the house and my car breaks down. So that happened right before the ex-mu popped up. So I did at home and still are. And you know, people go, well, why isn't your car fixed? Well, I tried my knockoff Audi, as I like to call it, because she's overcharged. But he's not fixed because I live in Miracle. Not America, I live in Miracle. If y'all live in Miracle too, you know, foreign cars are not common in Miracle. People drive American cars. My mechanic in particular has been backed up. And he himself has been dealing with quite a few deaths. And so I have been either on the waiting list or I forgot to call him in time and then somebody took my spot, so on and so forth, right? So just through happenstances, I just have not been able to get my car fixed. Not money, not any of this. I just happen to live in Miracle, you know, where they don't have foreign cars aplenty. So you need to find that right person to work on it. So I'm just been on the waiting game on that one. Right, so I know I can relate with my mechanic here. That is 2. I think that's yellow. So it's not for the lack of trying. You know, because I don't want my car fixed. I do have daughters. But I mean, even still, these things are essential. Grocery shopping is been doing it for the past about once or twice a month and good to go. The whole Corona thing, if I don't have to go out, I'll have to go out. Oh, that's the other thing. The ex-muse popped up. Don't know if he was exposed to Corona or not, but I'm more upset that he would come and just ruin my world. Midterm. Why would you do? Why would you? That's just it. And I told him what was happening. So anyways, then okay, so after that, like so many people told me in their own, or the universe told me, and there are so many own ways you should be loved. Why aren't you being loved right now? I'm like, yeah, definitely right. Yeah. And then somebody told me, somebody very near to me told me I wasn't worth shit. And that I was full of lies. I was like, oh shit. You want me to show you the banking account? But at that point, if you gotta show somebody your banking account, you know, you can keep pushing. But I have to prove now. Shit, I've been poor past 5 years hardcore and come from an upper middle class family. Means nothing because that's just your parents' word. I can't take credit for my dad's hard work and him going to college, university. Oh, that was the other thing. You know, sitting here and figuring out what to do with myself. My daughters were like, go to college. You're one of the few women not family without a college education. So smart, Mom. Go to college. That's why I'm in college. And it's all to help better my business. Oh, she's cute. Okay. I think, and we're all on one layer, y'all. I don't know if you know this. Yes, I've been doing this a lot lately. One layer challenge. Take time, hard drive space, and I am a painter by trade. You can't eat paper. So here I am. After someone told me I was pretty much worthless, and this is where it falls into place. The company says, "Hey, we need you to, in short, whitewash yourself." And I was just like, oh, you know, and I get it, it's for sales, it's for pandering. I think one of the reasons why they came to me is because I am a lighter skinned Black woman. This makes their world easier on pandering to the market. And that was so frustrating for me. Because, you know, not only do we as Black women just have a hard time being Black, you want to rock your natural hair, you want to show your natural self. No, man, they don't want that. Oh, they go somewhere with that. But that's not what they want. But that's the majority. Even BET don't want that. Ain't that sad? But anyway, here I am. The company told me the same thing. Another person that is quite successful in this world was like, yo, you're not going to get nowhere unless you put a wig on and dress up. Pander to the people. You won't be anything if you don't follow the marketing tools. And that hurt my heart. On the top of that same week, just comes by So he uses me. I call him up. I tell him all my truths and confess my feelings about the whole situation. Get ghosted. And that gets better because the person they really like is a whitewashed black woman. And not for nothing. You know, I have no problem with my women who wear wigs and things of that. You know, do you. I'll always be supportive. But it's not me. And it hasn't been me for so many reasons, just the life instances I've been through. Like I said, I've been female security, and I've also been a mechanic of sorts. And wearing a wig during those times was quite helpful because people snatch your hair off and leave your business on. But really, I'm gonna catch up. Wearing wigs have gotten too much trouble. And hoping I'm no longer wanted, even wearing my locks. It was just a lot of hardship. I don't want maintenance. I'm such a low maintenance woman. Hello, I want to live in the mountains. You know what I'm saying? And when you're a low maintenance woman, it seems like that's unattractive too. And a lot of people fond of that. I want you to dress up in some type of way. Oh my gosh, you've been married for 20 years. There's a level of comfortability that goes out the door. Every once in a while you have to be like, hey girl, you need to dress up, we're going out tonight. You know what I'm saying? But when you're married for 20 years, it don't matter. It don't matter anymore. You'd be like, I hate you right now. One thing I enjoyed about being married. And another thing that's been hurting me, because married people have sex more often than single people. Regardless if they're in a good relationship or not. That is just the statistic. I'm not spewing any madness there. That is just a for real statistic. So you go from that 20 years to nothing. Oh my gosh. Can't have babies. Sitting here, I can only draw so much. I can only love myself so much. I love myself. That was another thing. Getting that self-value, that self-worth, figure that out. As a mother, that's not primarily needed anymore. As a wife, that's not needed anymore. It's difficult. What do you do for sure? Yeah, not for nothing. I read. I've been looking for books. Okay. Let me read that. Draw like crazy. I was watching Deb the other day and a few other vids where they say if your purpose, the other stuff is important, like dating and so on and so forth. Well, naturally, they told you your natural hard work was too urban and unprofessional. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, how do I market myself in all my blackness that is without perpetrating? That's something that I don't care to be. And it sucks because I am a mulatto woman. Both of my parents have a white parent. And my mother is more dominantly white. She is white and Indian. And my father is black and Italian. You don't see anyone else in chat draw like crazy because you're watching me on Twitch. I am multi-streaming. I'm on LinkedIn right now. I'm on Facebook, my personal page and my pro page, and which both of the Facebook and LinkedIn, that's where I'm at. But if you don't see what other people are saying, that's because you're just in a whole another chat room. But thank you for following and watching me on Twitch. I really appreciate that because I only have 14, 15 followers there, and I do plan on using Twitch more. So, but that's the thing. I kind of got that same response. It's too urban. You're too urban. Then why come to me for my blackness if you don't like my blackness truly? You want to market the blackness, but not truly who I am. And that hurt my heart. Like I say, my muse is infatuated or in love or whatever the case may be. I don't care. With someone who, you know, she's well educated and whatnot, but she is a whitewashed black woman. And not that woman. I don't want to become that woman to market my product, to sell my stuff. People ask me why I do samurais all the time. You know why I do samurais all the time? Because we were part of the first samurais. Guys, their slogan when they first started is you need to be a little black, to be bold, to be a samurai. You know, it was an unwanted profession. It still kind of is. One of those dying things. It's part of our history trait as well. The samurai learned how to be camouflaged in that time because of the Africans that were around them. They learned so much from us that it became their slogan. So, you know, knowing the history of the world and our country and martial arts, we're up in there. We up in there everywhere. But this country and like other countries were founded by the Europeans, so there's a level of Europeanization that you have to conform with. That is free. I like it. To make it. And that's where I get even more frustrated because people want to talk about cultural appropriation and what I'm doing isn't right or wrong, and I go, what I'm doing is exactly right. Go read the history, but you know, don't tell me what I'm doing is wrong because art is subjective, and you know, do whatever you want to do art-wise. You can promote whatever you would like to promote art-wise, but don't come at me as a personal person, as a real person, and say this is unacceptable. We want this type of black woman. Oh, yeah. And that's what I was being attacked at. And I just needed that elderhood, someone that's been through a lot of life already. But it's okay, sugar. This is how you know, new girl. You just need to figure out what to do. You know, I'm there with you, draw like crazy. I have listened to your lady. She has a wonderful lady she listens to that she screams while she's drawing, right? And I recently just started listening to her too. And a lot I can relate with and a lot I can't. Because, like I say, my foundation or start is very different than a lot of people's. It's the same for a lot of folks as well, but it's also very different. I had been married since 17 or 18. I knew my husband at 17. my first child isn't his child, and the second child is his child. So when you grow up in a world, and especially in the Christian world, well, they tell you no man's going to want you because you already have a kid, and if you get a husband, and he's a great man to you for a long time, I know things are just not to be true in those aspects. Like, but never for a moment would I have thought that I would be sitting here, single, in a big ass empty house, without my husband, telling all my truths to people on the internet. But that's what I decided to do as of late, because it's really given me a level of therapy. The You Are Not Alone campaign for the gay kids or people that are suicidal. Like, I couldn't relate to that, but now I can relate to so many other things on You're Not Alone, especially rape and just women's hardships. There are dungeons across America, you guys. Tell your daughters about them. Watch your sons. Human trafficking is still the #1 crime in the world. And so, that being said, that's what I dealt with when I was in Social Security. As people are their wives and daughter ever so that's left. And when you grow up in a family, it's one of those reasons why I got into this. I grew up in a family, but yeah, my aunties and stuff care, but I was pretty much on my own in LA. So if I knew how to defend myself and fight, grow up in a world of predominantly males, even this dating app thing, people go, aren't you scared? Well, yeah, but really, I've been around the world to know the world is just scary. There's no completely safe place. There's no exact safe spaces. There's no, there's highly criminalized places too, but the world is the world. As long as there are humans there, it's dangerous. I've been this tiny all my life. The world is dangerous. Big people don't get kidnapped, not unless it's by somebody they know. And I'm sorry to say that, but that is just the rule of thumb. Big people do not get kidnapped. Two men have tried to pick my little ass up, walk away with. And in that, I had to train my daughters, train myself. And I grew up in a world of fighting, so it wasn't that much training to do. But it reminds me of the last guy I met, 6'3", and he was like, man, I could just pick you up and kidnap your ass. Like, try. Because not every woman is helpless. So that being said, I'm this tough woman out here in the world with an X amount of love in my heart. I know I have a hardness about me. I know I'm an androgynous woman. I know that's not always appealing. I know being androgynous. I know men do like to rescue women and like that vulnerability, but I don't have that capacity. Just because how I was brought up and left out in the world. So sitting here like, oh my gosh, life is no longer hard or extremely hard. kept just getting attacked mentally last week. Why aren't you doing this? And it was the same thing ending with "you're too pretty. You're too pretty to be sad." The fuck I'll get "you too old." Because, like I said, I done lived through a lot of life. I'm so calm right now. I've seen deaths in so many different ways, not just funerals. When you see people die in your arms or die right in front of you, you have a new concept in police online play. I'm so calm. You know what I'm saying? So many life scenarios. And then I'm not calm when it comes to something so stupid as, I say, like going to a convention. Interacting with people in a large number of areas. You know what I'm saying? So I had reached out to a few people, and that was the next issue. Nobody was local. Nobody's local to just sit and talk. I understand this pandemic thing, I get it. But I put myself in this place. I put myself in Danville, where I just have people in group. So I'm not in a place, I have friends. I hate saying I don't have friends. That's not, I do apologize to others. Call me after release a video like this. It's not friends. Yeah, I got friends. None of them are local. And then the other thing is, if you got little kids and stuff, I'm really not even trying to hear you on the phone. I'm not trying to be around your child. I did my part. I don't want no more kids. I don't want kids in my life. I don't want to be around kids. They cool and all. You see my, okay, let's see what this is. Well, that's not half bad for a quick one. So building my company, then I was sitting there thinking to myself, do I even want to work? If you're in a position to not work, would you work, you guys? Because that's where I'm at. I don't have to work. I don't even have to do this. Why? I'm okay with not having nothing. Like, if I had to just get up and move right now, I can get up and move. I don't have to worry about where my furniture gonna go, what I'm gonna do with this, why I think. It's such a freeing feeling, knowing that I'm not held down by things. And I had spent the past 20 years accumulating things with my husband, and that's what we do. We spend years accumulating. After you lose it all and realize life is more important, then that's when those deeper thoughts start coming in. Because if I have nothing else to worry about, like any other thing or a drug, it's addicting. If I didn't know about love already, if I didn't know about it, then I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll just preoccupy myself all the time. See where that goes. The other thing is I am being monetized now through my videos. So I will on Facebook, but So I've been enjoying that. All these achievements and personal accolades that I've been working so long for, even raising my girls could be considered one of those personal accolades, because now they're grown and they're about to be gone. What does one do for themselves? They're grown and gone, and everything has. What? And so I was content with university, something at a time. But I was also being attacked in which way by saying you'll never make it success-wise for your company or finding love if you don't dress up and pander a certain way to the men on the market. Or that's side, I don't know. I don't know what that, you guys. I wish I had a sugar daddy. That's what I've been looking for. It's not even the money part. Fuck, I wish that was the case. I have a great little handyman that'll come around and must fix it. Fix. But I'm still not a necessity. I am looking, I would even say love with companionship, because that's my downtime. That is my downtime. So now with them moving in February, I'm at the point to where, do I even want to stay in America? Because my girls are moving to South Korea, so do you want to stay here? And folks here are just treating me like, so that being said, it's like, what do I do with myself? And I have been thinking about that even before midterm. You know, so it's not that other people were just irritating. It's happened to be sequence of events. You know what I'm saying? Doing well, doing spectacular, to be honest, as far as everything else goes. I have been seeing a counselor for a while now. The corona, so that was moving. But it's something that's always been long in my life. When you don't have that support system, how do you reach out when you're just really having an uber bad day? Because you're listening, and you're listening to other people's thoughts. It wasn't just I was having a bad day. I was listening to this common denominator that kept popping up. It continues to be a common denominator in my life as a one, even this love thing, because I've written a lot of hentai novels, and the company doesn't want me to release them because of propaganda. for me. And I go, of this comic book world and whatnot, 50% of the buyers are women. If we are purchasing the hentai novels too, if that's something I'm reading, I don't want this to hold me up because I drew something lewd and fastidious. I want to do me as an artist. So, gotta follow the rules. No money. And that sucks. That's everything. Every business. Gotta follow the rules. Yeah. Follow their rules. Oh my gosh. Oh, she's cute. So yeah, okay, so I think what I'm gonna do in a minute, get back on. Let's see. Where's my card? So, what do you do? What do you do? Say you won the lottery, you guys, and if you're still there and you're still listening, and you have everything else accomplished, and you're like, what would you do? Because I'm in this odd age range where there's not that many single people. Most people my age are married and more often than not just married and coming across a lot of not fit people here, but that's a miracle. I didn't feel inadequate or low until I started dating younger folks. Gosh, I don't know. So yeah, like, what would you do with yourself? What would you do? And that's a tough one. So, that's where I'm at, you guys. What would you do? You care where no other level. If your kids are grown and had no land or stable, I do walled eyes, you guys. So walled eyes is when the eyelash is going the same direction, even though, our eyes don't do this. Our eyes. I draw like crazy. I'm talking about different types of eyes out there. This one's pink. Okay. Oh, damn it, that's my first step moment. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, that being said, oh my gosh. Hey, that was all one layer, you guys. See that? Let's see this lipstick. I think I'm pretty much done with this. But I will be back on. So what I've decided to do, since everything is going so great, is I'm going to share my journey. I'm going to share it on that stage production. Share it with you guys because this is the New Age library, and if I can help somebody who's going through the same issues that need that relatability, to know that women having a midlife crisis is a for real thing, because we have those. And boy, did I have one the other week. This feeling dumb from the finals, the midterms themselves. Midterms made me feel some type of way, because here I am feeling like I'm smart. But those midterms were hard. And besides my daughters, which are just oh so different, I need to build a support. Who did that with? So when you guys see me throw my hands up like that, my CT. I did order 16-inch XP, but that's really to draw on bed if I'm live streaming. I'm gonna push you. The hell am I? Okay. So yes, I'm gonna be sharing I want any other woman to know, or a young girl to know, that didn't grow up with mother, parents, or having a hard time nurturing or talking to somebody because of those. My sister told her mother stuff and nobody protected her. If anything, her grandmother walked in and said, "Served it." No person first. So I'm going to share this because life is for the living. Life is hard. It's not the easiest, that is for sure. But if I can find other people just strangely on the internet that can relate my own art, and fine. Because the other thing is, when I release these news pictures, even though it was the start of the pandemic, I feel like a lot of this catapult of good luck was because of my exhibition. That's something that threw me through a loop. Because every time he pops up on me, I get more good things that happen. And if you have somebody in your life that did that for you, like, just even if it was coincidentally, every time this person pops up, something great happens. Like, you might not be in my life, but really though, you can call me for the next 5 minutes, and then somewhere within that response, I get a good one. And I had never experienced something so relevant as that. I've never had, people carry around a good one. When you get someone that pops up, and you just happen to notice, like, hey, every time this person pops up, something good happens. When you feel a certain type of way, when you feel like, I can't let go of this when he happens for me. Hear how good the duel was. They can lift it out and just give me a card. Find that happens. Something great happened. And so that's how I was feeling. So the news popped up, left me. More great things happened, but the universe kept saying, oh, why are you? I mean, that's cool, but why don't you? Hey. No. But, as I said earlier, sharing my truths. I shared them with them, like ghosts. Shared them with a stranger. Got that look, like whatever. Being pretty does not equate well. Have to draw like crazy on me. I don't know. Readiness. Aware. Okay. And what I was saying before is this an hour and a half, reaching that point to where it's not too greatly traumatized for Facebook. So if you guys would drop this, yes, I have sketches that I need to hear. You go to Sandra, Daisy. Fine. Oh, I know Draw Like Crazy is part of my crew, you guys. You guys welcome her. You're going to start seeing more and more stuff too on the page that's involving her, a new member of the team. If you're listening, I have a call out for writers. I have not made the advertisement yet, but if you are listening and you know a writer, I need 2 more on the team. I would like a female writer right now. I have 2 guys on board. I'm waiting on them to respond with their work schedule and will they or won't they do what I need them to do. Some people can't. They have their own lives. I did this long enough to work a day job and do this. Now I do this full time, so let's see how this looks. I do like that, but we're gonna leave it. The blur filter. Oh, I know why it's not. Where are we? It's not the color locked. So I am looking for writers to help with some of these articles because I just get so tired. I usually write most of the articles. I've been getting a little help lately from my youngest daughter. They're really great on finding me the proper reference. Especially when I have a quota to meet. So at this point, I'm ready to pay for it. That's the thing about visually having it. But and I do want to thank you all for stopping. I'm gonna come back. I just don't want this video. They're long like this. They're actually with my page. Other function. Ideal. Happy long video. Not short. So, give me a thumbs up, a heart, a like, whatever. Whatever stream you're on. Still game. I'm not on Periscope yet. Quite a few that's been that. They want you to pay additional to be on Periscope. Video on Twitter and Periscope, but I don't have that big of a phone. My biggest platform is here. You guys have been awesome. Like I say, my page is being monetized right now, even without the 10,000 followers. So I thank you guys for that, because without all the liking, sharing, and writing, and whatnot, it just wouldn't happen for me to make them. It's Facebook, which is not. You guys have monetized Facebook. And I do have a couple of sponsors that I need to. That's my company. Okay. Tell me what y'all think. I need to. I'm actually going to finish it up on pricing. Okay, so I guess I'll title this one "If My Samurai Feels What." This is how I'm feeling. They're coming after my heart, y'all. We do. Excellent. This week. That's stuff. Why don't mess up somebody else's thing? None of y'all know I'm sleeping. I will. I've been doing so good without painting paints about that emotion. Yes. I will be back momentarily. Aw, kid. I didn't know. That's cute. Oh. It's bad, but I'm not trying to live it. Awesome. Hey. Leave it. Leave it, she said. Oh man, draw like crazy. I would love to spar right now. I'm telling you. Oh my gosh, I so miss it. Okay, well, I am gonna leave it. But, you know, yeah, I just. Oh, okay. So I'll come back. I'll tell you my best stuff. But after breakdown 13. We gotta get back to the 13. Right. For the signature. That is not gonna be right here. But okay, so give me right back. The 13. Thank you so much. Yeah, heart warfare. That's I love that. That's what we gonna call that. Heart warfare. I'm so I don't want it. Okay. I will be right back. And plus, I want to like this feel get to. I'll get demonetized. All right, I'll be right back, you guys. And I love you and thank you for stuff. Okay. For real. Give me all these tips. I'm sure I'll be right back. You just finished up the week? Well, we like to see this. And that's something you need to do. We'll talk about. All right, Snake Nation. I'm here. And I will back.
Hey, what's going on, guys? My name is Bernie. I'm a concept art mentor at CG Spectrum. And today we're going to continue with the life drawings. Can someone let me know if the audio sounds pretty good today? And if the music is too low or too loud? I'd appreciate it. So, yeah, last week we did some figure drawings. We worked off of, let's see, this pose right here. And we worked off of this pose as well. So we'll continue those, and we'll actually take these reference, or the studies that we did off of these reference, and create some concepts with them. Oops. Yeah, this is the one we ended with last week. And this one as well. Hey Patrick, how does the audio sound? Is the audio okay? Can you hear the music as well? Yeah, so for now we'll get started with some warm-ups. Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, Rushback. Pretty good. I'm just, it's 11 a.m. It's quite late in the morning, but I'm still drinking coffee, trying to, get going for the day. How are you guys doing? All right, cool. So, how's the music for everyone? I'm just curious. Is it too low? Last time it was super low. I couldn't even hear the music. All right, cool. So let's get started. Today I'm just gonna start warming up with. Yeah, it is super early for some people, especially a lot of artists, right? We usually sleep super late. That's when we can really focus without any distractions, right? I know some people that sleep at 6, 7 a.m. in the morning. Okay, you wake up at 3 p.m. All right. Yeah, that's what I used to do too. Can't anymore with the family, right? All right, yeah, sometimes I just warm up like this. I'm not really drawing anything, just curves, circles. It is the best time to work. I mean, again, no distractions. All right, cool. Let's get started with some figure drawings. Are you guys drawing with me? Yeah, I gotta remind myself to loosen up right now. Use my whole arm. I think we all have similar tendencies when we just get started drawing. We need the time to loosen up, right? Let's change this. I gotta go back to shape dynamics. Oh, modeling, cool. What are you modeling, a character? Oh yeah, Patrick, you're doing some figure drawings, awesome. Yeah, this whole streaming thing's making you do some studies with you guys, which is great. Oftentimes, again, when you're busy working, you just don't make the time to do this sometimes. I mean, I used to, but recently, to be honest, I haven't been. But again, for anybody, whether you're a professional or a student, it's always important to be doing studies to keep sharp. And we're always learning, of course. A Ghostbuster trap, awesome. I don't think I watched the most recent Ghostbusters. I just remember when I was a kid, I watched the old school, the classic one. But yeah, did not watch the most recent one. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions while I'm doing this. Feel free to ask any questions. I'll be happy to answer them. I'm going to redraw that one. Oh yeah, you're saying the classics are great, or the classic one's great. Oh, is there a new one coming out? I didn't even know that. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check out the trailer. And your question is, how do you develop the eye for poses? Let's see. So generally, you're trying to look at, if you're talking about just looking at reference, are you taking a rough pose to a character constant stream? Yes, I am going to do that soon. I'm just warming up right now. Yeah, later we'll do that very soon, in a few minutes. For eye for poses, so I think you're asking about when you don't have reference in front of you. So the best way to of course, right now I'm actually looking at reference. I just can't show the reference here, but yeah. The best way to develop posing is just practice with good photos, right? With studies again. Do gesture studies, right? The more you do, the more of a library you're going to create in your head. The more you're going to understand how the the human figure works, and how you can just make stuff up like without having reference in front of you later, right? So that's how you develop is by doing figure studies and doing gesture studies, right? The more you do, it's just gonna come more naturally to you later when you're doing your own concepts. And generally, you know, a lot of the concept poses that you do for your characters, they're not going to be that different. I mean, you're not going to pose something like this for a concept normally, right? It's going to be usually a 3/4 view, where you can see most of the front part of the design, right? And there's maybe going to be a slight pose to it, nothing crazy, nothing is really going to be foreshortened, right? So you want to master those 3/4 views that most of your character drawings are really going to be at. So yeah, maybe depending on what the character does, it might have some, you know, general tweaks in the pose, but yeah. All right, let's do one more warm-up and then get to continuing what we did last week. Hey, what's up, Sivan? Yeah, just doing some gesture studies. This is going to be our last pose for the day. And then we're going to get to some longer poses eventually, but we're going to take what we did last week and turn it into a concept. She's throwing a spear. All right, cool. I think that's good for the warm-ups. And let's go to what we were doing last week here. Let's start with this one. Hey Patrick, so how do you like streaming so far? No, so this is my first time or second time today streaming. Last week was my first time. How do I like it? It's pretty good. I mean, I'm used to making videos, but not streaming. So there were some technical issues that I had to go through, like audio-wise. So that part is kind of nerve-wracking because it's hard to check, like, you know, what things sound like. But as long as you guys say it sounds good, then I'll trust you guys. But let me know, yeah, if the audio is kind of weird or if you want the music a little bit higher, let me know. And I could adjust that for you guys and see if you guys like it or not. Have you streamed before? Has anyone streamed before here? All right, so let's take a look at the progress again. So we started with the line, or we blocked this in, huh? Or no, actually we started with the line drawing. Yeah, a sketch like that. That's what we started with. A quick sketch. And then we cleaned up our sketch. And then we blocked it in. And then we did a light pass. Cleaned up the silhouette a little bit there. Made some adjustments. Cool. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to grab this. Flatten it all out. Whoops. And I'm going to add color to this. The way I'm going to do it here is I'm just going to colorize the whole thing. Just click that checkbox. And I'm just going to make some minor adjustments to get it close to the base color that I want. For this guy, I think I'm going to turn him into a demon gargoyle type thing. Let's try that. Here I'm in levels. I'm going to adjust the values real quick here. And I tend to work from dark to light. I like things a little bit darker, and yeah, I just feel like I have more of a value range to work with if it's a little darker. The base. Let's work with something like that. Okay, what have you? Oh, you do Destiny 2 and speedruns? Awesome. Yeah, I know a couple of people who stream playing games. I hear it's a fun thing. What do you stream, Patrick? All right, so from here, let's use this as the base to do our gargoyle. I'm actually going to have to shrink this guy down quite a bit. Just do that real quick. Yeah, let's just shrink this guy down, scale him down. So we got room to put in his wings and things like that. Yeah, so I often see students when they're doing concepts or drawings, they won't, for some reason, they will not increase their canvas size. And they'll work all the way up to the edge, you know what I mean? And then their design is dictated by the size of their canvas, right? Don't do that. You always want to scale down your image or scale up the canvas so that you have enough room to work with. Does that make sense? So that's what I'm doing. I'm creating some more room for myself so that I'm not restricted to the canvas size. Oh, you do art streams too, Patrick? Cool. Oh, my canvas size right now is just 300 resolution, 10 by 10, I believe. Yeah, I'm just choosing a random size right now. It's a square. Just making sure there's enough pixels so it's not blurry. That's really all it is. Anyways, let's get this going. So first I'm gonna do sketches on top of my base right here. I'm just gonna sketch loosely. Once again, just like we do warm-ups with figure drawings, right? You don't want to get too uptight at this point. You want to stay very loose because you're exploring, you're brainstorming, right? And, of course, you can do that with thumbnails when you do concepts. But in this case, for this particular study, I'm just going to do variations on top of my base here. Okay? And again, there's obviously multiple ways of doing it. One way is just simply drawing on top, obviously. And the other way is to block things in, right? And we'll try both. I'll make his jaw a little bigger. Get some bigger ears in there. Yeah, it's good to zoom out just to see the overall design of it so that you don't get tunnel vision, right? You're seeing the overall composition and the overall silhouette. And we'll have him sitting on some kind of a ledge, maybe like a rooftop ledge. That would be kind of cool. And here I'm not using reference for my concepting here, but definitely for you guys, you should be using it whenever you need to. I'm just not using it because of time limits here, and this is just more of a study sketch, right? But if you're really doing this for work or you want to do it for your portfolio, you want the best results possible, you should be using reference. So really, I would be using reference for everything: the wings, the horns, the architecture, right? Hey Patrick, so in a studio environment, what is the time frame they give you for delivering a concept idea? Oh, that really depends. It depends on the studio you work for. It depends on the game you're working on, type of game, like if it's a mobile game or, a larger game like, let's say, League of Legends or something like that. But generally, I could say about maybe a week for a character. So you'll spend like 2-3 days on the initial sketch pass where you do at least 3 variations. And then you'll do, spend 2-3 days on rendering it after they choose a direction. And again, it could be less time or more time depending on the type of character you're working on. If it's like obviously like the main character, it could go on for months. They could give you like 3 months to work on a main character. If it's like a important character, you can spend a couple weeks on it. If it's a general NPC character, maybe about a week, yeah. And should a student try to follow the same time frame for concepts? Generally, you always want to push yourself, time-wise, how much time you spend on something. Should you put that much pressure on yourself? As a student, developing a portfolio? No, I would say no. Give yourself, several more days than a professional would. Really, for you, the most important thing as a student would be to take your time to learn things correctly, use the right processes, and explore. I would say as a student, you really want to take the time to explore different things. Again, use reference, take your time. And the end result is more important, I would say. because when someone's looking at your portfolio, they don't know how long you spent on it, right? And if someone asks you, you say a week. Even if it took you 2 months to work on it, just say a week. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's try blocking it in this time. So yeah, the student, just focus on the end result for what your image looks like in your portfolio. Don't worry about the time. But to get more efficient with time, this is why we're doing this stuff. This is why we do the studies, right? Doing the studies is what's going to make you faster at doing concepts. Yeah, he is evolving into Illidan, right? That's exactly what I was thinking. But I mean, you know, the gargoyle. But yeah, whatever, yeah. Maybe we'll make him look like some type of Illidan. Yeah. We'll try another quick pass, and this time we're going to block it in. Maybe we'll do something completely different then. Let's see. Let's see, any ideas? What do you guys want me to try? Yeah, so when I look at reference like this, I'm trying to imagine in my head real quick, even before I draw it sometimes, just going through different ideas in my head, visualizing it in my head, what possibilities there are. And again, if you're stuck, you just start drawing and see what comes up. But yeah, there's a lot of not so great ideas in my head as well. So I just eliminate those before I don't even spend the time to draw those, of course. How do I set up my layers? Well, that's really, everyone sets up their layers differently. I'm not really setting my layers up too well right now. I'm just grouping them by the character, kind of, but it's quite messy right now just because it's a study. But in general, I'll keep my line drawing separate, and I'll keep all my major values separate just so I can adjust them later. Yeah, so keeping your layers separate is a good thing. The keyboard command that creates a straight line along the ruler. Yeah, so if you're on brush, you just hold shift. You make a dot there and hold shift. If you want to go diagonal, you got to turn everything off here and then make a dot and then hold shift. It'll do that. It'll go wherever you want it to. Make a point and hold shift, but you got to turn everything off, or else it'll look like this. You can barely see it. There's a gradient to your line. Took a lunch break to make a 10-page portfolio. Good for you. All right, so let's just quickly go along with this one. I'm just going to do whatever comes to mind at this point, just to show you an example again of how you could quickly block something in without even drawing, right? You're just blocking it in. And sometimes it's easier to see shapes that way. Or, yeah, just quickly blocking things in, right? I don't know, he's Rooster Man. Let's make him into Rooster Man. Actually, I've been working on building a chicken coop these days in my backyard. So it is much harder than I thought. I thought it'd be super easy. I thought I could finish it in over the weekend, but I barely got half of it done. Yeah, Rooster Man. Oh yeah, their tails look like this, right? Yeah, I know this is silly, guys. I'm just doing it. We'll go with the gargoyle. We won't go with Rooster Man. Let's get rid of these. He doesn't need horns on his shoulder. He needs some feathers. Let's have some feathers coming out of his elbow area. Yeah, so after you block it in like that, then you can kind of refine the shapes a little bit, and you could draw it in just so for yourself, so you could see all the details. And add some of the texture here for the feathers. Oh, I forgot his beak. Harpy combination, yeah. And just adding in his textures for his rooster legs. Anyways, cool. So, you know, this is silly, but just giving you an idea of how to approach just exploring, right, quickly without spending too much time on it. So, again, we look at Roosterman and we're like, nope, I don't want to work on this guy. This is not great. So we didn't spend too much time on him. We're just going to get rid of him. Bye-bye, Roosterman. And we'll just go with the gargoyle idea. And again, we're going to just keep things loose here. For these kind of studies, again, don't get too uptight. We can make changes later on. And again, I'm talking to myself too. we can make changes later on. Let's move forward with this. I think a lot of times we do get hung up on trying to perfect one image when we really got to go through many studies and many images to come up with something that we like, right? And so after you do maybe, let's say, 5 of these studies, right, concept studies, you can choose maybe 1 or 2 that are worth putting in your portfolio, right? I think that's a better approach than choosing one image like this, for example, and saying, this is it, I have to perfect this, this is the one that's going to go in my portfolio. Hey, Benjamin, you're saying someone told me that a 3D artist at Blizzard, you have to create your own concepts. Is that true? It might have been true a long time ago. I don't know if that's true anymore. I doubt that's true right now, but as I know that a lot of the 3D artists at Blizzard are super talented, so they're good at drawing too. They're pretty good at doing concepts as well. A lot of them are. So maybe some of them are making adjustments to the concepts, adding to them, right? That's possible. All right, cool. So let's go with this. And let's block it in again. I'm going to use the same exact color and value as my gargoyle. Once again, it's supposed to look like stone, so I'm going to keep it all the same. And if you need to make any adjustments at this point, that's what I would do. But for now, I'm just going to block everything in without even thinking. Hand painting and drawing can be combined pretty well, right? What do you mean by hand painting? You mean like painting and drawing is the same thing? If that's what you mean, yeah, it is really the same thing. It's just that with painting, you're drawing with a super thick, large tool, right? That's really the difference. Let me actually move this over, put it on a multiply. Whoa! Nothing there. Okay, I gotta make a new layer under that. Make this a multiply. Texturing the meshes like World of Warcraft is hand painted from what I know. Oh yeah, it is. I believe it is hand painted. Yeah, that's how they get their unique look, right? Yeah, I believe it is. In the cinematics, for cinematics, characters or 3D modeling, it's probably a different story. They are using textures or painting over textures, right? But if you're talking about in-game assets, yeah, a lot of them are probably, or most of them are heavily hand-painted. So obviously with the more realistic art styles, you will see more of the photo textures being used. But with a more stylized look, stylized art style, you'll see less and less of that being used. Or, I mean, it's still being used, but you just can't tell because they're really painting over the reference, right, or the textures, the photo textures. Or they're just using it very minimally. All right. Just gonna cut that off. Hey, no problem, Benjamin. Any questions, really, anything, I'd be happy to answer them. This time is for you guys, for you to ask anything you want. And try to mess me up by distracting me. So that's the challenging thing, actually, about painting or drawing while I'm streaming, is I'm not used to like reading comments right and trying to refocus on my painting right. That's not something I'm used to yet. So I keep losing my focus. That's what I do notice when I'm streaming right now. Because I got to read the comments and then, yeah, I have to refocus every time. But yeah, it's your job, your guys' job to try to distract me as much as possible. Hey, Olson, thanks for your comment. Yeah. How do you know, Olson? Are you, do you know people from Blizzard? Or do you work at Blizzard? All right, so I'm going to adjust this wing. The negative space there is a little too large for my liking, so I'm just going to grab the whole thing, copy and paste it down. Oops, I was on the wrong layer. Got to make sure I'm on the top one. I'm using the warp tool here. It's something I use quite often to just make quick adjustments. So let's do that. And again, if this was a real work assignment or like an illustration, you wouldn't do what I'm doing there because all your layers would get messed up. But since this is just a study, it's fine. The other thing I'm not liking about this as I zoom out and check it out is how the wings are kind of looking symmetrical to each other, and I don't want them to look symmetrical. Let me go back to the other one. What I'm going to try to do first is bring this left wing out more, see if that makes it look more interesting. I'm going to grab the whole thing and move it down to create a little bit more room up there. I'm actually going to scale it down again too, so I don't get into that trap of being limited to the size of my canvas. And once again, I'm going to grab that entire wing and shift it around, see what I like better. Yeah, I think I like that better. Let's go with that. Yeah, and as you can see, don't ever feel like you have to commit to something right off the bat at this stage. You can see how I'm very open to making any changes that I want. And you guys should feel the same way when you're doing things like this. Again, because this study's for you yourself, you can do whatever you want. And again, at this stage, we're really focused on the overall look. So that's why I'm zooming out and looking at the overall shapes and the composition and the balance of things, right? So I'm going to lower that wing on the tip and make this wing on the right side higher. That looks more interesting. And you want to avoid verticals. Well, when it comes to this type of character design, you don't want this wing part to look like it's straight up and down like that. That looks odd, and it brings a lot of attention to itself. And you want to also avoid any like horizontals in the figure. Here, of course, this is fine because this is man-made, where he's sitting on. But any real straight horizontals, like for example, if I was designing this wing and I did something like that, that would draw a lot of attention to itself. At the same time, you could use horizontals and verticals to intentionally, bring attention to a certain part of your concept or composition. That's another useful tool that you can do, but you want to make sure it's intentional. Since I pulled this wing out, I'm going to cut into this area of the wing so that it looks like it's getting stretched out a bit more. And also, I'm not concerned with the super detailed, like the detailed silhouette that I'm going to add later on. So at this point, I'm not concerned about it. I'm ignoring the details that I want to eventually add. All right, cool. So let's say this is cool. This looks better than it did before. See how that kind of looks squashed in there? Like it looks a little squashed in, right? A little too vertical, right? Straight up and down. But by doing this, it kind of opens it up. Oh, so Olsen, your friends worked there in the past? Cool. Acer Ninja. So you applied to the school. How long does it usually take to get a response? Should be very soon. Benjamin. Not long for me. It was max a day. Currently in week 3 and 11. Awesome. Hey, Forbes, you're trying to decide whether to pursue concept art as a career. Do you have any advice on how to be certain if it is a good fit? I don't have a crystal ball, even though I wish I did. Can you be sure? I don't know if you can ever be sure of anything, right? At the same time, I know what you're asking. Sorry if I'm kind of beating around the bush to answer your question, but I think knowing yourself, what you like, what you don't like, is really important when deciding anything, right? But in this case, obviously with concept art, you need to be aware of what you like and what you don't like as an artist. So for me, I could just share with you how I decided to be a concept artist. My major was illustration in college. At the time, they actually didn't have any entertainment design major or concept art major. So my major was illustration. And, you know, I realized later or quickly that I didn't like just being stuck on one image for too long. I get bored very easily. And I just love the ideation process, just coming up with different ideas, the whole creative process of generating ideas. I really like that aspect of it. So that was one reason. And obviously with concept art, you're doing a lot of variations, a lot of sketching, a lot of thumbnails, things like that, a lot of using your imagination, problem solving. That's a huge part of it. Problem solving for your client or, yeah, for the project. So if you like doing things like that, it's good to do concept art. If you want to be just told what to do, like, oh, give me the reference, you know, just tell me what it's supposed to look like. Tell me what you want so I can draw it. If you think more like that, then concept art is not for you, because they want you to figure out what they want. Do you know what I mean? They don't know what they want yet, meaning the client or the project team lead, right? They want you to do something cool. They want you to read their mind, and to some degree, right? They'll give you some reference, they'll give you some pointers, and then they want you to figure it out for them. That's your job. So if that sounds stressful to you, then concept art is probably not for you. If that sounds like a challenge to you, where you're like, oh yeah, I know I could do something really cool. I'll show something even cooler than what you expect, right? I'll make something even cooler than what you think you want. If that sounds like a challenge, then yeah, concept art could be for you. At the same time, you do have to follow guidelines, obviously. It depends on the project for the most part. You are going to have to follow some guidelines. So just keep that in mind as well. You can't just do whatever you want. it depends, but yeah, most of the times you can't do whatever you want. Follow some loose guidelines is what usually is the case. And I'm making some changes here, adjusting some things, adding a few details here and there. And I know this is fairly generic, but let's, you could actually start with something generic and make it more unique later on. I think sometimes students or people in general, artists in general, overthink things. They think the idea has to be super unique from the beginning to make the visuals unique, but that's not really true. You can make a simple idea very interesting and detailed and unique by making some adjustments later on. Usually what I find is that, again, students overthink things and make things way too complicated. And it's so hard to read anything when they make everything so busy. And yeah, we'll get to that. So here you can see my concept is very simple so far. It's just a gargoyle, a dude with wings, some large toenails, and some horns on his head. But you'll see what it develops into later on. And again, if this is all you want to do, as far as you want to take it concept-wise, that's fine too. But we'll try to push it as we move along. And yeah, as a concept artist, you're gonna have to have the ability to this is all you want to do as far as you want to take it. Hey, what's going on, guys? My name is Bernie. I'm a concept art mentor at CG Spectrum. Right.